Right. Grab the new one, send the link in the Discord, but already know that it is public now.
Here we go. Right. It's been a while. Yeah. How far would it
I was just gonna call my son and be like,
She's down on it.
Yeah, she's right. I don't know if she's right. I'm gonna saying it again. We gotta have a Democrat. I'll take her.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah, no shit.
I think so. Oh, that's. Hey guys. For some reason, I did an oopsie, and YouTube automatically set the stream to unlisted because, as we all know, people like to stream unlisted. But yeah, so all you missed if you weren't here was basically the basic legal jargon at the beginning of the whole thing, where they're like, in this title and this title and blah blah blah, and then this dude with the gray hair up front being like, no, I don't object to all the people I'm going to harm being here.
Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty boring for a while, just a heads
Yeah.
up, considering if there's got a lot of legal proceeding happening, because I believe that guy on the far right of your screen is the lawyer who is
He is.
representing the data centers. So,
Penhurst AI.
yeah. So yeah, I'm taking a bunch of pictures that we can use on social media for this later on. And yeah.
Yeah, and the rest of it's just basic journalism. We want to be here. We want to see what happens, record it, and then we'll probably address everything important on next week's Lads episode. We talk about the Sam Altman expose that just came out with the New Yorker Ronan Farrow, and
So,
oh yeah,
the article
it's
today.
crazy. So, but yeah, no, feel free to hang out. And if you have any questions or anything, Ethan has the stuff open so we can respond.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to talk during recesses like this. But
Yeah.
be pretty quiet when the actual proceedings are happening.
Yeah. So we'll talk during recesses, and then we can have Ethan answer questions for you guys as our. There he is. As our surrogate, since my phone is the one doing the recording and he's got all the cameras.
Dual wield.
Yeah. That's about it.
Yep.
Keeping you guys informed because this is happening probably right down the street from you right now too.
Yeah.
In a general sense.
If you guys know anybody in our local area, that is going to be, this is East Vincent Township.
This is East Vincent Township.
In Pennsylvania. So if you happen to know anybody in your family that's around here, feel free to share this if they don't already know about it. But at the same time, if there's a data center in your area, a lot of the things that we're going to talk about tonight here are going to be relevant to things that are in your community. So it'll be useful for you to know types of things that we've discussed, the types of things that are going to be defense points for the data centers. So that way you can use the information from tonight to maybe help fight them in your area.
Especially if you're in Pennsylvania, it's going to look really similar.
Yeah.
Oh, Boyertown.
There we go.
There we go. I wish that I had thought to share the stream link to the Phoenixville Facebook groups, but well, I can't because I'm doing the recording. Are you in any of them?
I don't think so. You can join them very
join the Good, the Bad, and the Bill, and share the link in there, and tell people like if you're interested in watching the data center here and we're streaming it. I'll let her talk to the veterans over there for now.
You said it's called the Good, the Bad, and the Vill.
Oh wait, not that one. Sorry, Phoenixville, our kind of town. That one's the like more shitty Williamsburg with lots of rude people in it.
Phoenixville, our bad, town. There we go.
Just answer. It'll probably on.
So everything.
Yeah, go ahead and just write something and then toss it in there. Say, for anyone who wants to watch the East Vincent Penhurst AI hearing, we're streaming it live on our channel. So he said, I'm from New Zealand. I have no idea what's going on. However, I'm here for you. Thank you, guys. Gonna unplug this guy for a minute because it's overheating. Yeah, guys, this is happening everywhere. Like literally, no matter where you're at, but especially, I think there's 15 states. Texas has it worse, but they also have more land. So Texas has like 135 pending data centers, pending or completed. Pennsylvania, I think, is somewhere in the 80s. Thankfully, they're crushing them left and right, and that's what we're hoping to do here tonight. Nobody wants this. Like, I'm just gonna get in front of the camera really quick.
Yep.
Nobody wants this. I guarantee you there is not a single person in this room right now. I hope I'm not proven wrong later, but I guarantee you there's not a single person in this room right now who approves of building a data center, where they want to build it, or really building them in general. Josh Shapiro, our governor, saw this as his golden ticket. This was his moment for him to have the Pennsylvania Renaissance, the next big thing, in Y2K. Like we had the internet bubble pop. He saw that. He's like, man, I really want the internet here. I really want the telephone here. I really want the train yards here. But rather than investing in something like nuclear energy, which we have great space for, great efficiency for, rather than going back to who we used to be and looking at the railroads, saying, hey, let's be the heart of high-speed rail. Let's be the place where we develop that. Instead of bringing literally any industry that would benefit people to Pennsylvania, he has decided that the golden ticket to, basically his ride to the presidency is these data centers and this AI boom. We're here to tell him that he's wrong and that we don't want this, that nobody wants this. The last thing any of us need is the light pollution, noise pollution, water pollution, and environmental disaster of being literally a localized global warming generator in our backyards.
Yeah, if you guys want to have any idea of like the downsides of AI data centers, there have been a number of channels that have done really good deep dives already on that topic. One of them is, believe it or not, Business Insider did one like a year ago. And it's kind of fascinating the things that are coming out about how negatively even just the hum can impact people, especially young people and older people.
I mean, it's a lot of people can't sleep. A lot of people are having other sorts of bodily rhythms knocked out of whack because of how attuned our bodies are to our natural environments. I would be shocked if you're not going to see serious spikes in blood pressure, anxiety, things like that, just from the infrasound and from the actual audible sound going out.
Yeah, if you guys watched our Command Band video, you know how bad infrasound can be.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's baffling to me. It's mind-boggling that we have to have more than one of these meetings, that the people up on that stage right now aren't just saying no, that, at the end of the day, a lot of the defense is, well, Pennsylvania law, we gotta let them apply. And if it's suitable land and it's not going to have foreseeable harmful effects, then we have to let it go through. And my position on that is, okay, don't, and then let the state sue you.
Yep.
And then we just hold it up in court until it becomes a point of contention when people are asking, hey, why are we spending tax dollars to sue local communities just because they don't want AI data centers? I mean, for those who don't know, Pennsylvania actually passed a law, I think, last year. And they're trying to pass another one now that basically said, like, you can't stop the data centers just cause. Like, you have to provide them a reason that these guys up here find suitable.
Which is wild that a community can't just say no.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, it should be very simple. If our community says no data centers whatsoever, no data centers. It shouldn't be, all right, well, let's make a deal. There is no deal. We said no. What comes next is worse.
I thought the whole point of elected representatives were that they
Yeah.
were supposed to
To be
be
fair, from what I understand, they're not ours. They're the township over, but
still.
East Vincent's people, from what I understand, are. I've heard mixed things. I've heard that they have been trying their best to find a way to make this not happen, but also working under the understanding that if they can't do that, then they kind of have to roll over, which isn't true. But this is kind of the last gasp here for this kind of thing, for democracy overall, for not living in a total surveillance state and having your entire life dictated by some sociopathic robot. I mean, personally, the way I see this whole issue, this whole AI thing is if stuff like this doesn't work, if entire communities gathering together and standing and saying, absolutely not, we don't want it. If that, if our local councils and our government aren't willing to listen to that, to listen to a resounding, near unanimous across the country no on AI, well, I'd say the trees are looking a little dry.
They are.
They're looking quite dry.
They could use some water.
Yes.
The RAM in the data centers is free.
So good.
We do a lot of.
Oh yes.
Yeah, right.
Can you fight every date center? Well, I don't know about date centers, but I'll fight as many data centers as they try and put here. That's for sure.
Yeah, so I posted it and it's giving me this pending admin approval thing. So
God.
hopefully the admin's not like a pro AI.
Well, I
like,
posted a flyer about it earlier today, so hopefully I'm showing they don't see it as like advertisement because it's really not. Like I didn't disable monetization. That's mainly because it's kind of hard to. I was in a rush, and
Yeah.
I know there's a setting for it. I wasn't going to go looking. Besides, we're doing journalism. We deserve
Yeah.
$5. Also, in case you're curious about what the room looks like, they do not advertise these things particularly well, so there's not as many people here as I would like to see. But what you will see is that there are people of every political persuasion, every age group, both genders, and frankly, we don't live in a very diverse area, so it's a lot of white people. But that's just a function of the demographics. Also, we are going to try, should we have the opportunity, to talk to our local state senator, Katie Muth. We'd love to have her come on the War Lads and talk about all this. And we're going to try and do some interviews with people. Those probably won't be on the live stream, but if we are able to find some time to go and sit and talk with people about their feelings, their thoughts, we will be posting that into the next Lore Lads episode when we talk about AI as its own kind of section. But yeah, that's how this is going to go. Also, they've been recessed for how long is the stream been going?
At least 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been recessed for at least 15 minutes because they needed legal counsel for something. Like you'd think that they would have legal counsel here to just, look, or that they would have had a chance to have their legal counsel look over everything beforehand. To me, I wonder how much of this is deliberately to cut as much time away from the portion where people are allowed to speak as possible.
I will say there's also a portion where members of the community seem to have brought legal counsel, and I don't think they were.
Yeah. Even though they asked them, like they were well aware that there were going to be. This is the funny part. When this was announced like a month and a half ago, they told people ahead of time, like, you can apply to be a party to this whole shebang. I don't know the legal terms. Anyway, it said you can apply to be a party, and it's like they get here and they're surprised that people applied to be a party. Like, maybe you should have had them submit things beforehand and talked it over with the lawyers then, instead of doing it right now and eating into the time that the people who elected you took out of their afternoon to come here and voice their grievances.
For those who may not know, what does it mean to elect someone a party?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I don't know the exact legal definition. And basically, my understanding is it's like being party to a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, this directly affects me.
Yeah.
Therefore, I have certain legal I guess, protections or abilities that the standard person doesn't. That's my understanding of it. But like I said, we're here to record what's happening.
Yeah.
I'll leave it to the people who know the legal jargon to elucidate that.
I will say, sometime during this recess might not be a horrible idea to try and contact Katie. Maybe just one, somebody.
Yeah.
But
Do you want to try?
I can try.
I was saying both of us. Oh, sure. All right, Ethan, watch over the camera. We're gonna try to talk to the senator.
Got it. But yeah, there's something. Yeah, I say supporting for the she gave it up. I was told she was losing it.
Oh, yes, go for it. Yeah.
We got at least one person here in the audience.
No shit. What?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Punxsutawney Phil official. He's here in person.
Tell him to come say hi.
Yeah.
Yo, Punxsutawney Phil, come say hi, man. We're chilling. We're right here. We were just making a point of talking about how screwed up it is that this is going to mess with the Veterans Center because, like, you know, with all they've. All right, yeah, right. I should probably turn around. We'll be over here. Basically, we were just making a point of talking out loud in front of some people about the fact that the Veterans Center will be impacted by this, and that a whole bunch of people who have already given that much are having their peace and quiet taken away from them for something nobody wants. It's really incredible how this is even a bipartisan issue. This is a just across the board, no matter your political position, there is really nowhere in there that you could possibly be for this. So,
What? Like someone still here or what?
no, we have a YouTube channel.
Oh,
So
okay.
we are streaming what's going on, both for the local community and for our followers who have been following the whole AI fight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's your YouTube channel?
It's called the Lore Lodge.
Lore?
The Lore Lodge.
Like LOR?
Yeah.
Lore?
So
I got it.
yeah, we had a situation probably 8 months ago now where somebody used an AI program to clone my voice
Oh.
and then started producing videos with my voice.
Oh.
And so that took us from I don't really like this to I am radically against this and going to do whatever it takes to stop it.
There you go.
We're also local to the area.
Yeah, we're from Phoenix.
Okay.
So we're downstream.
Oh, you ever go to the Colonial Theater?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the
Yeah,
time.
we know Drew Boardman over there pretty well.
Did I ever tell you a beer or popcorn?
Possibly.
Actually,
Good sessions there.
yeah, we've probably seen you then.
Yeah. Steve. Hang out with Drew too. No, he's one of my favorite coworkers. So
I'll say
yeah.
We're
Yeah.
both Andy. Yeah, we are.
You have he wants a question. Okay. I have a minute. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah, this is we're fighting.
Stuff for myself here, and then we got
I hope this is all the fight it takes. I'll say that much. I hope things don't have to get hairy, so to speak.
Yeah.
But also, like, come on, man. It's a haunted data center.
The other
A haunted data, like, Claude is already a problem. You want to make it worse?
Fred. Got a question for you. The difference between a zebra and a looking friend. I wouldn't send you to the school. A hippo and a zippo. What's the difference?
I don't know what's the difference.
One Zippo's lighter?
One's heavy and one is a little lighter.
There we go. I knew.
One of my favorites. Saint Peter and the Lord were looking down on the earth.
Mhm.
Saint Peter thought they should send a letter to all the sinners. The survey is 98%. So instead, they decided to send a letter to all the righteous. You know what it said? None of you got one?
Sheesh. These are zingers. Oh, you should do one of the stand-up comedy nights in town.
See, I'm retired. Nothing else to do.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. People love it. Nobody does that kind of comedy anymore.
Yeah.
Just straight up, set up a joke, tell a punchline, let people laugh.
Yeah.
Oh,
People aren't as clever now.
yeah, that's true.
That's storytelling instead of acting.
Or crowd work.
Have you lived in the area?
Everything's crowd work these days.
I haven't lived in the area all my life.
Hang on, I gotta respond to this guy saying that it's only gonna be a tiny data center.
I'm living.
Wait, you said it's only going to be a tiny bit.
Phineas Fingers, 1970.
I think he's making a joke.
Yeah, so we're going pages of thousands of square feet.
Just to give you guys the exact square footage they told us earlier, over 500,000 square feet for one of 6 buildings. So 3 million square feet of data center that nobody wanted in an area that already has high electricity prices because we won't expand our nuclear grid because of 3 Mile Islands.
Because there's
Like,
too many generations.
well, actually, they did restart one reactor at 3 Mile Island, or they're working on it.
Yeah.
For AI.
For AI, yeah, exactly.
It's like you're telling me that you could have restarted that at any
Oh,
time.
anytime.
We
Yeah.
could have had cheaper electricity this whole time.
Yeah.
An Undertaker joke for you?
Sure.
So this guy's father dies, and he calls up the Undertaker and he says, I want the top of the line, the best of everything for my father. Don't cut any corners.
Mhm.
So the funeral comes and goes, he gets his bill, pays the bill. A month goes by, he gets a bill for $486, so he pays that. Next month, another bill for $486. He calls up the Undertaker and he says, the Undertaker says, well, you said one of the best for your father, right? He says, yeah. He says, we rented him a tux.
Incredible.
These are great. I love this.
Oh, to give this to, but here's something I put together once a month. Who do I give it to? Help you first. Just cartoons I've saved and I put them together once a month and some jokes. Cool. Hand them out and get people to laugh. And then I throw some scripture represent.
3 Mile Island could have leaked radiation at its worst rate for decades, and the health impact on humans, the environment would still be less than one coal power plant for like 5 years.
No, but no, because a bunch of dumb Soviets screwed up. That means nuke is evil.
Well, they were freaking out about 3 Mile Island before Chernobyl happened.
That one's good.
Chernobyl just made it worse.
That guy, so
Sure. So,
Your lore.
Yeah.
Lore
the Lore Lodge. Yeah.
Lodge. Okay.
Yeah. That's us.
Oh. Yeah, I'm one of the guys. I applied for party status here. We'll see
Oh.
if I get it or
Why? Do you want to tell the people why?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Here.
Have we got people watching that?
Yeah, we got 270 watching. You want to tell the people who you are and why you're a party?
It's
that's for you to keep.
Yeah, there you go.
You want to go?
Yeah. Right there. Go for it.
Hi. Okay, I live 575 feet from the property line of Penhurst LLC. Wants to put in the data center. We are educating ourselves on how terrible data centers are. The last 6-8 months have been pretty terrible at finding out what we're going to encounter here. We are worried about particulates in the air from the generating plant they want to put in, which will be probably natural gas. We're worried about the generators, which will be either diesel or natural gas.
Yep.
We're worried about the sound, hearing the humming and the low frequency sound, which is going to drive everybody's animals insane.
Yeah.
Along with people.
Yeah, that's another thing I think people don't necessarily think about out here if they're from one of the boroughs is there's a lot of farmland out here.
Yeah.
A lot of our local meat, cheese, milk, dairy products, vegetables are all going to be affected by this.
I mean, there's already evidence that cows produce less milk and, and the animal will live with stress with that constant noise all the time.
Yep.
Listening to constant noise all the time eventually makes you go deaf too.
Yeah.
We're learning. So those are all our concerns. I'm worried about the traffic. I'm also worried about the fact that every one of these places has generators. We already have a nuclear power plant. We already have a in East Vincent. We already have a water company in East Vincent. We already have a veterans hospital. Every one of those has generators that are either have, natural gas or diesel, which means there are tanks of diesel gas everywhere, all within a 10-mile range blast zone of the nuclear power plant.
Yep.
So it absolutely makes us a target. When you look at what's going on in the world, it would be so much easier to hit a data center than a military facility, a nuclear power plant, or anything like that. So this is America should have learned by now not to put this stuff right where people live, where there's hospitals, where's their daycares. So that's why we're here tonight. I applied for status. I'm just outside the range that they allow it, so I'm not going to be an automatic, but I think I'll have
Wait,
to argue.
you said you're what, 500 feet from the property line?
575.
How is that not considered within?
500 feet is what they do.
Is that for the blast radius, or is that just like
Party status
for party status? So basically, they limited party status to a small fraction of the people who are going to be affected.
Absolutely. And they will probably, I was at Limerick's party status meeting last week,
Mhm.
about the one that's going next to the outlets on
Right.
22.
But to be clear for everybody watching, Limerick is where the nuclear power plant is.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's also one of the most vulnerable nuclear power plants in the country in terms of outside forces causing it to melt down.
It's also not very far from the Penhurst location.
Not very, and they also want to put one in Linfield too, which will
Yep.
Do they really?
will be bigger than all of these.
Yeah.
Well, I figure that the reason they applied for so many is they were thinking, well, even if we apply for 7 and 6 get shot down, then, we got maybe people will be chill about it if there's only one of the
Yeah.
however many were proposed.
I'm curious. So you've been to a couple of the other meetings like this. Is this kind of a recess normal for meetings?
This is a long one.
Yeah, we're up to over 30 minutes now.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy that they're doing this when they have a hard stop time of 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So right now they've just given up, like you said, 30
Yep.
minutes now.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying a second ago. Is it feels like they are trying to chew up as much of the public's time as possible without letting anybody speak, and which is, frankly, it's just pathetic.
Yeah.
These people are here to serve us, not the other way around. If I'm not mistaken, one of the guys on the board actually got kicked off of Radnor's borough council or town council
I'm not sure about
a couple of years ago, which I'm from that area. That's where I grew up. Apparently he went and had a whole bunch of trees chopped down on some public land, but didn't go through any of the proper channels. So he had to resign from the board. And now he's just doing the same thing at a grander scale. So
There's another point that you bring up though.
Yeah.
Even if these things don't go through,
mhm.
these guys aren't developers.
No.
They're just trying to get these places pad ready so
Yep.
they can sell it to the Amazons and Googles of the
Mhm.
world, that type of thing. If they go through and chop down all the trees, chase away all the wildlife, chase away the bats who are eating mosquitoes,
Yep.
and everything else, and then don't get approved, they've still destroyed
Yep.
an ecosystem.
Which is why they absolutely shouldn't be able to break any ground until everything's approved,
They
like
should
all the
not.
way through.
They should not.
Which personally, I think that the state of Pennsylvania should designate it as a historic site, buy out the property owners, and turn it into a museum and a park. I think that it would be, first of all, it would be a beautiful park if they fixed up the buildings a little bit, at least outside, and made sure everything's safe. But yeah, you could have a museum in there. You could have people on staff to talk about what happened there and why it's so important. What happened to the area after it closed down, why it had to close down.
Yeah.
But instead, what we're getting, if this goes through, is people just making everything worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought a movie studio.
Movie studio would be
You would
great.
so
No
many
complaints here.
You're
talking to the right people.
yeah, we would be perfectly happy with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope that this doesn't go through. And if they do manage to ram it through, I'm hoping that some enterprising young citizens think to plant a whole bunch of endangered trees all over the property so that they have to pay. Yeah, exactly. Some turtles, some frogs, endangered trees. Just make sure that they have to spend as much money as possible to remove as much plant life as possible before they do anything.
Well, and the plants filter things from going in the river too.
Yeah,
So any pollutants,
exactly.
and there's plenty of pollutants on that property already.
That's the other frustrating thing is we've spent so long working to clean up the Schuylkill. Like there are entire groups that spend their Saturdays going and picking trash out of the river and removing debris, and they're just selling it out. And the other thing that bothers me is, they keep saying, "Oh, the water." Sure, yeah. The other thing that keeps bothering me is they keep saying that it's a closed loop system and that oh well, no, nothing's getting into the groundwater around you. And what we're seeing everywhere these data centers already exist is that no, they do dump all of this right back in once it's used up and they need new water, which is why they're building them along waterways in the first place. And what that means is that it's not just Linfield and East Vincent and Royersford and Phoenixville. It is also the entire city of Philadelphia.
Absolutely. The water source of
Approximately 3 million people are downstream of these data centers, and they're just building them with no studies, no regulation, no idea what this is going to do.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm frustrated because I'm getting married this year. I'm looking to start a family. I just bought a house, and now I feel like, am I going to be safe to raise children in a place where the water source
I hear you, man.
comes from here? So it's
So 2 years ago, I've lived here since 1982.
Okay.
Live in a house from the 1800s. 2 years ago, my well went dry.
But scoot over that way. Okay.
My well,
Stepping a bit this way.
Yeah. my well went dry.
Yeah.
First time. Next day, my next door neighbor's well went dry. Yeah. We didn't have water in our house for 39 days. It was a little house on the prairie. Yeah. And because it was such a drought
Yeah.
summers ago that we couldn't find a driller to drill us a new one.
Yeah. I remember French Creek was like about as low as it could get while still be calling it creek.
Right. And look at the Schuylkill River.
Yeah.
Look at it. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
And so I worry about the water use. Obviously, I lived here. I lived without water.
Exactly.
I mean, it was terrible. So
And that's the thing is, imagine, it's bad enough when it's a few people who live on farms or more rural houses or just kind of out like country who have the well system. Once it starts to affect the Schuylkill, it's not just the people on well systems; it's the people who are getting the public water. So it's not going to be a small number of people that are affected. It's going to be literally every single person who gets their water from the Schuylkill River.
and so what I've heard, just to go back to that, I've heard that they have to flush out the system every once,
Yeah.
which is full of chemicals.
Yep.
Which get gummed up.
Yeah. And where do they flush it? They don't put it into a tanker and drive it to it. It's not like nuclear waste. It just goes right into the ground and then it filters down to the river.
Right. And then they suck more out.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Another huge concern.
and that's probably why they're still in recess. It's each and every month, each and every meeting they have, people find out more and more, and there's more reasons we have to oppose this. And the more reasons we have to oppose this, the less time that they can actually give us to speak.
Right. And the other thing is they start clearing these buildings down that are still there with an outfits.
I remember, I didn't know it.
God knows what's in
That's the one. Yeah, he actually worked at Tanner. So
Really?
yes, I did. I went there in the late 70s or early 80s.
No way. Was it as bad as
Wasn't.
okay, so it had because that's what I was wondering. Is after I know the lawsuits happened and then
All that was before I worked there.
Yeah.
I've seen those documentaries. It was terrible. When I was there, no, people really cared about the residents, our neighbor, the resident. And I mean, there was people that worked there that would take a resident home on the weekend, just to give them some bit of life. And things were really,
That's good.
they were treated well when I was there.
This is
So,
fine.
yeah,
but
it's good to know that they
yeah,
we're working to fix it. I wish, looking around and seeing the number of homeless people, even just in Phoenixville.
Oh my
I
gosh,
wish that we
yeah.
had a better. Since I've talked to them, I've served them coffee. Like it's clear that in most cases it is a mental health issue kind of thing, and there's not enough of a support system anymore. Back then there was a support system, but it was kind of evil. And it's unfortunate that
Yeah.
rather than reforming the system and finding a way to make sure that people who really do need that level of care can receive it with the proper oversight and the correct civil rights protections.
right.
It's unfortunate that now there's people on the street
Yeah.
as a result.
Well, they were all sent back to the county where they came from.
Yeah.
Most of them came from Philadelphia County.
Yeah.
So the state just kind of AI cycled them off. So I would imagine most of them are gone now because when I worked there, the average age was like 45 years old.
Yeah.
They weren't kids. There was never kids there.
Yeah. I remember hearing that was something that because they were like,
Yeah.
all right, nobody under 18 anymore.
Yeah.
Which was good based on the stories I heard.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get going here soon.
Yeah. Hopefully, they figure out what their legal counsel troubles are.
Yeah. This is
It's incredible.
usually long.
Yeah. We're hoping that we maybe get a chance to talk to Senator Muth. So
Katie is fantastic.
yeah,
Katie is an absolute warrior.
she's been fighting hard.
And
I appreciate it.
some politicians are just there for themselves, for the money, for whatever they think. She actually cares about this area, these people, and she's fighting so hard. The veterans are here. She's fighting really hard. We're really proud of her.
And that's what I'm saying. Like that's what a public servant is supposed to do.
That
Not
is exactly
call a recess and then disappear for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
After doing nothing but say, hey, here's the titles we're addressing. And then
behave yourself.
yeah, exactly.
Actually, Katie and I got thrown out of a meeting,
Really?
a couple of weeks
They
ago.
kicked her out of one?
Yeah, her and I, they put us in timeout.
Oh my God.
I actually just left.
Well, if she's fighting so hard, they're kicking her out of meetings.
Yeah, that's a plus.
That's what you want to see from your politicians. You love it. Oh, all right. Well, I'm gonna.
It's nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too. Oh,
You got some feisty people on.
That's people just trying to hard track you.
Good luck, man.
I'm all.
yeah, you're off
Right
camera.
now.
Yeah, they might be able to hear this, but if you want to.
Yeah, I will. I'm moving studio. Great.
Movie studio would be great.
My son actually lives in Florida. Works there. It's about every project that gets done.
No way.
Yeah, every movie and TV.
Without permission. Did you have to ask permission to do this? We figured out which guy was the guy that cleared 4 acres of trees in Radnor Township on public land without permission to actually do so. There's a very funny thing that happens here, which is somebody in one borough or township or another will do something wrong, take a deal where they resign rather than facing a lawsuit. And then rather than, saying, maybe I'm not cut out for public service, they'll just go find another borough or township far enough away that none of their neighbors are voters, and they will run there. So that's what happened with Robert. What's his name?
I think it's Zienkowski.
Zienkowski or something to that effect. He was like, "Hey, these trees are an eyesore. I'm gonna get rid of them." And then the rest of Radnor Township was like, "Hey, we liked those things. Why'd you do that?" But hey, in politics, if you're not failing up, you're at least failing sideways.
Where's that? I think you have 7 seconds.
What's the
Yeah,
what is the line? It's an Always Sunny line that Frank says, like, you got to be a real life scumbag to be a politician or something like that.
So
Yeah, and then he runs for office.
Yeah.
Because it's Frank. Always Sunny in Philadelphia truly is a documentary series.
it is.
It's incredible.
45 minutes.
Yep, we are up to 45 minutes of recess.
I wanted to introduce myself. I'm part of the Discord.
Right.
Oh,
Are you
Hey.
Maybe. Yes.
nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Silas.
Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you.
Nice. Do you want to talk?
Not.
That's okay. Yeah.
That's
But
fine.
thank you. I'm with the Phoenix School Liberation Center. We're just like a organizing space at First Presbyterian off of Main. And so we've been trying to fight the local data centers.
Yeah.
This one, we were just at Limerick the other night as well. And it's just honestly, it's great to see you all here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you have a partner? Because you can let us know, like, if we can help in the future. Kind of
Yeah, we're
trying to help out here.
anything we can do to help our local communities like this is. You guys
Yeah.
have our sword and our axe.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're in Phoenix.
We don't have a card, but if y'all have an email that
Yeah,
it's
just
like-
the lorelodge@gmail.com.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll probably be easier.
That's the easiest one. Or if you want to write this down to thornbury@redactedmediapa.com.
Yeah.
That'll go straight to him.
Yeah, I run a lot of logistics, so that gets checked pretty frequently.
I'm the, eccentric, lofty guy who does all of the ideas, and he makes sure that we actually get them done.
Pretty much.
How do you spell? Yeah.
THORNBUR.
Would be terrible if someone put a bunch of gallium on the server racks that eat away the aluminum.
Yeah. AC.
Why should we rename the stream?
I don't know what's it called.
The
That's data center. That's a
Yeah.
perfect name.
And then EA.
Yeah, I don't know what the discussion about it being not very diverse was, but yeah, I mean, East Vincent's not a particularly diverse area.
Honestly, if y'all have
It's pretty rural.
a planning commission meeting, the applications that Penhurst put in, there's a couple people that think it honestly might be AI.
Oh, really?
There is a street.
Yeah,
where
we
the
have one
top-
guy that apparently is mad that, or disagrees with us because he's an electrician and we'll get a lot of electricity contracts.
Listen, man. All right. Hey,
We submitted a letter in the morning.
hey, bud. Whoever the electrician guy is,
Jobs outside of this.
they're not going to hire you.
So they just kind of.
And I'm not saying this to be rude. It's they're going to have specialized people who they send all over the country to these data centers who live
Not even
elsewhere entirely. They're not, these are not creating local jobs. They will use potentially local construction crews to do the basic work, the clearing the land, building the actual structures. But the rest of that's going to be done by specialists who are in-house at these companies. They're not going to hire contractors to do the majority of that work because so much of it is so specialized that a general electrician can't do it. So that's the other lie is there will be jobs. There won't be jobs. There will be a couple of hundred construction jobs for a few months. And then there will be a security guard and like a couple of people who monitor the systems
About
who
islands.
stay, on campus
It's just
during the day, like probably one during the day and one during the night to address immediate problems. So we're not getting jobs out of this. We're not getting tax revenue out of this. Josh Shapiro did kindly just ensure that, we won't have to, they will be paying their own electricity bills, which
like a
begs the question, why weren't they going to be paying their own electricity bills before? So now they do have to pay their own electricity bills, but they're still going to suck up so much of the local energy grid that our rates are going to go up. And right now,
it's
electricity is going to cost you here also anywhere between $100 to $400 a month, depending on what time of year it is and what size property you have. So, I mean, the lodge, for example, is a few $100s a month in electric, and then during the winter, another 100 or so a month in gas. And thank God my system at my new house is gas.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there's electric, obviously, but like the heat's gas, the heat and the stove for gas, which is as long as you can go light that pilot light, you've got the things you need.
Yeah, I'm thankful for my 150-year-old radiator in my building.
Yeah.
Things like that.
But it's crazy. And I will say what's great seeing this in here is even as we're walking in the door, you had people who are like, it's not about party, it's not about affiliation, it's not about ideology. This is about our home. This is about our environment and making sure that this area remains as pristine and beautiful as it has been for hundreds of years. I mean, this is one of the oldest parts of the country. It's one of the oldest parts of the United States. We passed buildings on our way here that are from the 1700s. Farms that are from and I don't mean like the 1780s. I mean like 1730s and on.
So
One of the oldest parts of the country. It is one of the most beautiful parts of the country, in my opinion. And they want to take it away from us to foist the Antichrist upon us.
That's basically what it is. I mean, all of the AI stuff, it's alluded to in the article that we're going to talk about, but
There we
it's also, what's up, everybody? It's alluded to in the article from Run Fair we're going to talk about, but it's also part of just the deeper you dive into the history of the ideological history of Altman and Thiel and all these people it really is religious. It's theological.
Oh yeah, they see this as like if you listen to them talk, you're like,
really hoping.
Yeah.
you know what? Somebody should have held the swirly just a little bit too long. You should not. You should have been bullied harder. I say that as somebody who dealt with a lot of bullying in high school, but Sam Altman should have been bullied harder.
Yeah, one of the things that is interesting is that a lot of these people come from like the rationalist community, and one of the things that of the extremist parts of rationalism is that you need to be like debugged, or like your mind has to be like disinfected, and it gets really cult-like, and like you're being essentially programmed by.
All right,
That's where this AI stuff comes from intellectually, and what the end game is from these people. It's like conspiratorial. It's a lot of their own writings and the writings of people that they went to college and everything.
We did a video on Penhurst recently.
Thanks.
How we did in
'86 EKG.
On the old Penner's like hospital or
Yeah, we did on Penhurst State School. And then we did we also did a second
This is live streaming a public hearing in East Vincent Township, Pennsylvania, where there's been this proposal to demolish Penhurst Asylum, which is a historic site in our area, and build an AI data center on the site. So the idea of today was supposed to be that people that are going to be affected by this proposal
can make their voices heard to local government. We've been in recess for approaching an hour now, because the people that want to build the data center, they were not expecting that their opposition was going to have lawyers here or something to that effect. It's a little unclear. People are conferring with their attorneys right now. And yeah, so I don't know why that's taking an hour, but we're just sitting here in recess right now, which is why we've been talking to folks in the room. And yeah, waiting to see what happens. Yeah, as far as the audio goes, we're running off of Mattis's phone right now. You're good at pointing this direction, so you can walk in front.
Oh, man, come over there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're running off of Mattis's phone, so we don't have the best equipment to record with right now. But hopefully, once we get back in session, all this background noise will be down. We'll point back the other way, and hopefully be able to kind of share with all of you the information that's going to be exchanged here, because it's very important to be informed about. Even if you don't live anywhere near East Vincent, this is happening all over the country. And no matter what state you're in, no matter what community you're in, this does affect you. And if it doesn't yet, it will.
53 minutes.
Wow.
They ate up 53 minutes.
Yeah, somebody better ask about that.
But all right, they're back. 53 minutes of eating time. Crazy.
There's what, 2 cops, Jim?
3 cops.
3 cops?
Hi, officer.
Shut up.
Let's see. So over here is going to be the speakers. Over here, that guy over there, not the woman, the man behind the woman, that is the lawyer for the data centers. And then these guys kind of accumulated over here are the local council. So like, that's the bad guy. We don't like him. And that woman walking there right now is Katie Muth, our local senator, who is doing a phenomenal job of fighting this. We like her. And if you understand our political positions, that is important. Interesting. All right, here we go. Get this set up. Actually, I'll have this set up. I'm British if you need help ruining things. Love it. Here we go. Yeah, guys, got to get serious now. What time is it?
7:54.
This was supposed to start an hour and a half ago. 90 minutes ago.
Oh, they approved the
Try to go backwards to the record, as many people are aware, the Sunshine Act has an exception with respect to quasi-judicial deliberations. They did not fall within the scope of the Sunshine Act under section, or under PA statute 65, PACS section 7.6. The board did go back into executive session as well and sought legal advice with respect to each individual application. We do have a couple of questions coming out of executive session. One is with respect to Mr. and Mrs. Hunt. They live within 500 feet. Mr. Evil, I just want to confirm that they are, in fact, their interests are being represented as part of PDA, correct? Yes. Thank you. We have a number of veterans that reside at the Veterans Center. They are, a number of people are present here this evening. What we'd like to have is each veteran just state their name for the record, just for clarification of our record. So would you please pass the microphone up to our veteran?
Hello, my name is Thomas Hyman. I stay at the Veterans Center.
So Tom,
Down.
can you spell your last name, sir, please?
H-Y.
Hyman. Thank you. Sir?
All aboard. Veterans Center.
Yeah, no matter. There's no microphone on the veterans, so you can't really hear them.
Mr. Delorenz, could you please spell your name for our court reporter? D-E-F-O-L-H-4-E-N-D-I-S. Thank you, sir. Sorry. We have oil.
The Veteran Center is very close to where the AI data center is planned for.
So-
So they are party to the suit. Well, not the suit, but the deliberation.
E. Decker, D-E-C-K.
Coyle, C-O-Y-L. You did that, Mr. Coyle. Mr. Coyle, did you submit your application today for party status? So we did receive your written application.
Steve Decker, D-E-C-K-E-R. I stay at the Venture Center.
Thank you, Mr. Decker.
Let us know if that made the audio any better.
E-E-R-T-I-N-O.
Mr. Bertino, did you put your application in today or did you receive earlier by the town? Today. Today, okay, yes, you submitted your application today. And Mr. Decker, you did as well. Thank you.
Oh, there's the spelling here. Okay.
All right, gentlemen, you've all been granted party status. The applicant has not objected to party status. You do not have party status as a group, each of you has party status individually. You will be afforded the opportunity to participate in the march.
Try to bring the camera a little bit closer, but there's not much we can do.
Thank
Mr. Klein, there's got a couple of clarification. There was, Mr. Coyle, the list that was provided mentioned Mr. Coyle, those.
they're not the same. Apparently, there were a couple of applications that came in today.
Okay.
We can write them applications as well.
Okay, thank you.
So we're still together and that's when this is here. We're not in attendance. They're not employees.
No, I have an objection to anyone that's not physically present, so to the extent they're not physically present, I would have any objections to their party attendance.
So the applicant has lodged an objection to anyone to be physically present and to participate. Right. We'll hold that objection in abeyance for a moment and move on to the rest of the applications. We have, I believe, 35 applications in addition to those that have already been granted party status. We're going to call each of these applicants up one by one. We'll turn the microphone on that is in the middle of the room. Each applicant we ask come to the microphone and state their interest and their reasoning for wanting to be a party. Please do not repeat what's on your application. We have your application. You don't need to have that repeated. If there's any additional information you would like to add, please add it. If you do not want to add additional information, that's fine as well. Each application will be considered on its own. The board will make a decision after all applications have been heard on each individual application. The first application that I have is, and forgive me if I butcher anybody's name. The first one that I have is Kelsey Adams.
Hi, Kelsey Adams here.
Sounds like you have anything in addition you'd like to add to your application for party status?
I honestly can't remember entirely what I put on it, so it was a while ago. So if it's okay, I'll just read all the statements.
Like,
Okay. So I live approximately half a mile from the Kenver's property line. So I apply for party status because I feel like my family is at greater risk for health impacts than those residents who might be living further away. Particularly, I'm concerned about noise and air pollution. I have 2 young children who play outside, one of whom has an autism diagnosis and has noise sensitivity. So I'm quite concerned about sort of the constant noise and how that's going to impact our already challenging sleeping patterns.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. McHugh, any objection?
Try to get better audio.
Yeah, Mr. Clement, and this also may be a matter of housekeeping. I think I would have, if I can have a standing objection to those that are outside of the statutorily required notice distance, unless they demonstrate some meaning substantial. Excuse me.
We're not gonna do that. I appreciate the fact that everybody is emotional about the.
There.
outcome.
That right there.
Applicant has a right to object. The board will make a decision on those objections at the appropriate time. Right now, the applicant is stating a standing objection to anybody that's not within the 500 feet of the notice area. Is that correct, Mr. McHugh?
That's correct, Mr. Clement.
Thank you.
Can I'm
Yes.
sorry, I
What's-
make one more problem point.
Yes, yes.
Was just that also because I am so close and also in the range of constant noise, I am also concerned about that property value as well.
Thank you, Ms. Essex. We'll decide, the board will decide your application at the end along with everybody else's. So if you could just take your seat. The next one is Deshana Patel. Mr. Telly does not seem to be present at this time. The next application is Scott D'Onofrio. Mr. D'Onofrio, you're present? D'Onofrio's not present. Mr. McHugh, I know you're standing objection for these for the folks that are not present. Miss Denise Billman Holiday. Ms. Holiday, oh,
Give her a second, geez.
In addition to the information I have in my application, I'd like to point out that I have a farm and lots of animals. We live directly across from the Pennhurst facility right across the river, so we're about 1,500 feet. I'm very concerned about the environment, you know, the animals. I'm a veterinarian, also board of toxicology, so I have a lot of concerns about pollution, noise, light, things that are going to impact the animals as well as humans.
thank you. Mr. McHugh, other than your standing objections, do you have any additional objections to this act?
No, just a standing objection.
Thank you very much. The next applicant is Ms. Hacker Pamela. Ms. Hacker, anything in addition to what you restated in your application?
Yes, I do like to make a small space statement. My name is Pam Parker. I'm a 44-year resident at 81 Brown Drive, which has been identified as one of the 3 access roads for the proposed site as a hyperscale data center. I live 575 feet from the Pennhurst property line. I am requesting party status for the following concerns that are going to land and have already impacted me by this middle of the application for
I moved you guys a lot closer.
Stetson Township has become the epicenter of industrial use in this township. I am deeply concerned with the existing health and environmental hazards that already exist, and with the data center application, those to come. We have a plethora of large-scale emergency, either diesel or natural gas generators that are currently surround us. The existing American water treatment plant, the new water treatment plant, and currently under construction, the new one, which we have been living with for 2+ years now. The East Vincent sewage treatment plant, and those that are critical at the Veterans Center. These are just a sampling of the generators that I can easily identify and hear in my neighborhood. With this application, we are facing the addition of a possible 200+ either diesel or natural gas generators. Where we live, When we have a severe storm and lose power in our neighborhood, I will be deeply impacted by the pollutants and particulates and the noise. Another concern is the size and scope of the natural gas line that will run the 500 proposed megawatt generating station. Analysts by the PHMSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, indicates an average of 1.7 pipeline leaks per day, with an explosion occurring roughly every 11 to 12 days. Will there be on-site storage tanks for fuel? Who knows? Will there be a blast zone? Who knows? I also am deeply concerned with the scope and scale of the storage building for the lithium-ion batteries. Are fire and rescue personnel trained to handle these? I'm living at ground zero with all that's encompassed in our neighborhood. If a catastrophe should occur, our entire township and neighboring boroughs and townships will be greatly impacted. Brown Drive residents basically are at ground zero. As a 35-year industrial and commercial construction electrician, I will definitely be highly impacted, as will our Veterans Center, with the possibility of a 24-hour day construction. Fast tracking this project with the addition of the 500 megawatt generating station only increases the speed of construction. I will also be impacted and affected by the excavation of the site and the disturbance of the mold, asbestos, lead-based paint, and the contaminated soil from the former coal-fired plant that has already been demolished. The radioactive coal ash still exists on the ground. Although Penhurst LLC says they have remediated the site, according to the DEP, as of today, they have not fully remediated the site and it remains listed as a brownfield. I fully understand that Penhurst LLC has a by right to develop this property. I get that. But I, as a resident and a 44-year resident of this township and Brown Drive, have a right to defend and protect my property, my neighbors, our veterans. I am requesting party status to defend and protect our veterans, my neighbors, my property, and our small corner of East Vincent Township. There's not a single human being who needs AI to survive, but every living creature on Earth needs clean air and fresh water.
Folks, I appreciate that you want to give Ms. Hacker her.
And we will.
From doing that. Or saying. Mrs. Hacker, thank you very much.
Okay, so very good. Right. Is there a reason why the deliberation and decision for each person is not being done after that person speaks? So that they have an opportunity to answer questions?
Sorry, who are you?
My name is not being given an opportunity to answer questions that the board might have to defend their right to have the ending. Why it's not
Every application.
not done after each.
It's not violating usual. We're doing every application as it comes. We will hear every applicant as they come forward when a decision will be made by the board.
What if any of the
Mr.
board
Hacker,
members
you're next. The board members can ask questions if they have questions. Mr. Hacker,
microphone, please?
Mr. Hacker.
Well,
Certainly hope so. They have a right to defend their right. Thank you.
Steve Hacker, 881 Brown Drive, 575 feet from the property line at first. This absurd arbitrary 500-foot thing is ridiculous. Right out my front door, I look at my neighbor, and the next driveway to the left is included in their plan. Any particulates in the air, the noise, none of it stops at 500 feet. Okay, so that is absolutely absurd. Distance actually isn't a reason. Everything my wife said, okay. I'm gonna also add a follow-up to what she said about the fire safety. I just saw a story today about Arizona, 4 firefighters severely injured, 4 trained and equipped firefighters fighting lithium battery storage facility. That was in the news today. I have a bunch of reasons beside my property line district. I would say to the attorney, are you gonna object to us at 575 feet?
Mr. Hacker, Mr. McHugh is lodged his standing objection to anybody beyond 500 feet. So the answer is yes.
Okay, well then I'll go through my whole list of reasons why. I was gonna save the time, but you don't want me to do that. So,
Mr. Hacker, we do have your application. The board will consider it, what you have written. If there are other statements you'd like to make in addition to that, please.
like the first moment, I exactly remember exactly what I wrote. So obviously we're gonna put up with the traffic. We're one of the designated roads for this construction. I don't know how anybody on our road would be denied. Regardless of whether they're 6 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet out of it. There will be noise. I'm concerned about the water quality. Here's something else my wife didn't bring up, which you guys are well aware of. 2 years ago, my well ran dry. We have lived there since 1982, and for the first time, well ran dry. Next day, my next door neighbor's well ran dry. It was during a drought. We couldn't even find a drill to drill us a new well for weeks. We didn't have water for 39 days. Try that one out sometime. It's like living in the pioneer days. So I'm really concerned about the amount of water that's going to be used up here. Irregardless of whether it's coming out of a public water facility, whether it's coming out of a well, whether it's coming out of wherever you're going to talk about, everything needs to be replenished, and these guys are going to take up so much of it. They're going to tell you about their closed loops system, like it uses water one time and doesn't use anymore. Not true. Those units get flushed out because they get gummed up, carrying who knows what chemicals in them. So they are going to continue to use water. I'm really concerned that every week that goes by, we find out more problems with data centers. Every week. Okay, we're now we're being made aware of heat islands, which are an area 6 miles around, I think, of a data center, which goes up anywhere from 5 to 16 degrees or even higher than that, which means that's going to create a heat zone in where you live. Now, these guys are going to talk about how they're supplying power so that your electric bill doesn't go up. Well, guess what? If you live in a heat zone, if the temperature is 20 degrees higher, you're going to use your electricity a whole heck of a lot more, which means your electric and utility bills are going to go up. Not to mention what it's going to do to the insects, birds, and everybody's quality of life. So I'm very concerned about that too. I know I didn't put that on my application because we just learned about heat islands. And that's the thing. These data centers need to be paused so we can learn about them. And every week we'll find out something new. You want something personal, a personal reason why I don't want this? Like so many people you're going to talk to, I'm a cancer survivor. So I had kidney cancer. Kidney tumor removed from my kidney, and a piece of my kidney went with it. I'm okay now, I think. CAT scans every 6 months for the last 2 years. I think I'm okay. I do not want any more particulates in the air. I do not want any more PFSS in the water that I'm drinking. So yeah, I'm very concerned about an industrial generating plant and data center coming into my neighborhood. So I have a real solid reason for not wanting to see this. I think you guys should be telling people as we go. I was at the Limerick meeting, and they were telling people individually as we went through. I'm requesting that under section 903, 908.3 of the MPC, if party status is denied, I request the board state the reason why I would be denied. So I'm gonna put that out there right there. That's it from me.
Forgive me if I mispronounced your name.
It's Kimberly Kissel,
Kissing, thank you.
and I don't have anything else to add, other than what is on the application.
Thank you very much. Joanne Boncheck,
I think it's very clear on my application. I don't have anything to add except that I have it well. I'm very concerned about, the quantity of water in any given situation with the data center. And also, I learned recently about the heat island effect, within a certain radius. And I'm very concerned about that as well. Thank
thank
you.
you.
Mr. Goodenough, ask that you overrule the applicant who has a standing objection. That is overruled, so that they have to make a call here, not with the blanket. With the board, not to be prejudiced, but also to the residents concerned about what the applicant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Objection is ruled on every time, on every application is ruled on, we know the standing objection. That is Mr. Zinkowski, Township Manager, Steve, five, you spell your name. Loretta Lumen. Sloan. With EDA, if she's not asking for party status, that would depart from EDA. Thank you. Ryan Mastrangelo. Ryan doesn't seem to be present. Marcia Corbin Nashi. Not present.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, there you go. Spelled incorrectly.
It's Marsha Corbin next.
Next.
Close enough.
And my reasons are the same that everybody else has. I think it's absolutely absurd to even think of building a data center in our area, the damage that it's gonna cause. And you're not, I mean, the 500 feet thing, if you're not even gonna take that into consideration, why are any of us even getting up to speak? I mean, I live on Brown Drive. I'm not there right now. It's a whole different situation that I'm dealing with, but I'm pretty sure it's associated with the data center project. But I lived there for 49 years and currently not able to be at my house. And I know it has to do with this project and I am fighting that. But I'm saying the same thing as everybody else said in here. Is it like, when is enough enough? Is it all about money? You don't care about the environment. You're killing everything that matters to everybody around here. You're poisoning and polluting everything. We do not need these data centers. They're AI. We're being lied to. We're being lied to by everybody. It's all about money. Who's getting paid off to get these things done, and it's not fair. We live here and we should be able to say what comes here. And there's already enough pollutants around here, enough, it's just disgusting. And we need to stop this from happening and start caring about, health and animals and resources and trees. You're killing everything. And I object and I want to be a part in this. And I don't think it's right.
Thank you, Ms. Naxon. I didn't hear you. Perhaps I didn't hear you. Did you say that you no longer live on Brown Drive?
No, I don't live there currently, but I am the owner of 891 Brown Drive,
Thank you.
okay? And for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner who will be directly affected by this project. And I believe I qualify to participate fully. And I want the record to reflect that I am reserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, they all just think it's not good for themselves.
Gal? Yes. Keith is all, I imagine, your husband?
That's correct.
Okay, and is he present as well?
No, it's not.
Just you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything in addition to your application?
I just want to say my 70-acre farm is directly across the river from this site. And I have a lot of livestock there who live outdoors. They can't get away from the noise, the pollution, the light. And I'm very concerned about my well. I don't want my water to dry out. My animals will die of thirst if that happens. And I just object to this and I want to be a party in the fight against it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please. Miss Ramsey, Cindy Ramsey.
I'm being represented by your Wisconsin advocacy.
Thank you.
I was on the stage that I live on 10 First Road and I am a cancer patient.
Yes. Yes.
Breast cancer and rare blood cancer. And water is going to be essential. I have water degree. Blood pressure down. I die. So everything I know is I'm going to actually use it.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey.
Love you.
Mr. Robinson, Van Robinson.
She just said that if her water pressure goes down, she can't get water. If she can't get water, her cancer kills her.
Hi, I'm Joanne Robinson, 130 Shady Lane. My partner is Larry Schenk, and we will be filing for the family together. So he is going to represent for our family, but I do not have anything additional than what's on my application.
So both of you are asking for party status independent of the other, but each of you, which is perfectly acceptable. Each of you may ask for party status independent of the other. Is that what you're asking?
Correct. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Ramsey, Matthew Ramsey as well. Matthew, are you being represented by EVA as well, or are you independent? Independent, thank you.
I'm independent.
Okay, Mr. Ramsey, do you have anything other than what is stated on your application that you'd like to state this evening?
Oh, sure, why not? So, I have apnea. And it's kind of quirky. In that I seem to desaturate most when I'm transitioning from being awake to going to sleep. Get that sawtooth drop out, then I sleep and it's fine. But when I'm waking up in the middle of the night and have to go back to sleep, I sawtooth again. So I'm a little concerned about the prospect of noises and vibrations that might interrupt my sleep or might make it lighter, such that I would desaturate more often. So we'll add that. Otherwise, you got the stuff in the sheet.
Thank you. Mr. Shank. Mr. Shank, do you have anything to add other than what you've already stated, or at least already indicated? I think you'd like that one or two things.
You know me well, Jeff.
Please proceed, sir.
Sure, Larry Schenk, 130 Shady Lane. 130 Shady Lane is not directly adjacent to the property, but building to building, as far as the proposed building goes, we're probably about 2,100 feet property line, probably about the same as the Hackers, somewhere around 600 or 700 feet. So on my application, I mentioned that I have health issues. I have severe health issues that will be exacerbated by the data center. These are things that have been proven scientifically through medical studies. And anybody who lives within a half a mile of the data center who has these issues will also be affected.
Mr. Shane, what are the health issues that you have? You don't have to disclose it if you don't want to.
I prefer to wait until it reaches a point where it's necessary. We also have another member of the household, one of Miss Robinson's daughters, who has severe asthma. So those are health issues. From other areas, I feel that I'm uniquely qualified because I have special backgrounds and special trainings. I have been in the IT industry for 40 years. I have a degree in computer science. I've worked in data centers. I've built data centers. I have a unique and individual experience and I've been inside many different data centers. I'm aware of the issues and the things that go into data centers. I've also brought with me my little folder that goes back to, 40 years in the IT industry. My little folder of firefighter certifications starting in 1985. So for 23 years, I was a volunteer firefighter in New Jersey. I was with the Cherry Hill, the Mount Laurel, and the Burlington Township Fire Departments. I've had training in hazardous materials. I've had training in the incident command system. And I feel that I can provide information and value to this conversation and questions that will benefit our community for things that need to be considered and that need to be looked at for whether our community can handle something like a 1.7 billion square foot data center. There are lots of life hazards. There are life hazards to construction workers based on how these buildings are built. There are life hazards to the firefighters who will be called to these facilities. Make no mistake about it. There will be incidents at these facilities. It's proven. There's data out there. Many fire departments across the country can show an uptick in calls, in false alarms, and in actual incidents. So the training and the skill sets that are necessary to deal with these environments is unique. And I don't feel that our township and the surrounding fire departments are prepared to handle something like that. So again, I feel I deserve party status, not just because of the location to the facility, but also because of unique skill sets that I bring to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I am denied standing, for the record, I object. I am a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully and want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action that is taken on this application.
Thank you. Jolene. Jolene's not present. Reverend Taylor J. Walker. Is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Yes, sir. I want to say that I'm called an ordained minister in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, which means that I've been called by God to defend the vulnerable and the oppressed with everything I have and everything I am. I'm the pastor of Zion Lutheran Church, which has stewarded this sacred land in East Vincent for the past 283 years, since 1743. I'm responsible for advocating for the well-being of the church abundant, the preservation of life and dignity in this community, and repudiating environmental harm. I'm also responsible for the well-being of our 230 preschoolers who need the air, water, and soil to be safe so that they can play, learn, and grow in peace. And speaking from my expertise as a plant biologist, I wish to inform this board of the phrase transboundary environmental harm. Though my property is more than 500 feet away from the Pennhurst site, the environmental harm caused by this data center will not end at 500 feet away. For example, my church is well within the 6-mile radius of the heat island created by data centers, which have been shown to raise atmospheric temperature between 3 and 16 degrees for the University of New Cambridge study published in March 2026. Thank you.
Is Terry Yerger present? Not present. The Reverend Beasley Leroy. Is there anything, good evening, is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Yes, so just in addition to what I've already shared in my application, I wanted to say that I was an environmental ministry emphasis in seminary. That meant I spent a significant amount of time talking and studying about how the environment intersects with us as humans and how we are called to tend to it from the very beginning of our creation. And so I know you're not all people of faith in this area, but I know that my faith calls me to advocate for every single person in this room. And that is part of my ordination vows that I took. And that wasn't even just showing up for my neighbors that are human, that's showing up for my animal neighbors and my plant neighbors as well. So if I didn't apply for party status, I would really be betraying my ordination vows. And so it's my moral imperative to be here. And for the record, I object to being denied party status. I'm a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I would like the record to reflect that I'm preserving my right to appeal this decision in any final action taken on this application. Thank you.
Couple of questions. You indicated that you're a nearby property owner. Is this address 2301 Huntsburg?
Yes.
That's your property?
Yes, I have a property in the works,
Thank you very much.
which is in that 6-mile radius, by the way.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Magdalene Stewart.
Yeah, with the heat, I don't think it should be 6 miles.
Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Close. Magdalena Sturman.
Strong, sorry. H is in that, it looks like an M on this one. Please, is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Yes, there is. So as I indicated on my application, I have 3 specific medical concerns that I believe would be that are scientifically linked to increased risk from data centers. The first is, as I think many people in this room are, I am a cancer survivor. So about 3 years ago, I had a 17-pound ovarian tumor removed. In addition to the tumor, they also removed my appendix, my right ovary, and my right fallopian tube. And this is specifically linked to the recent settlement that an Amazon data center in Oregon, they settled for, I think, $20.3 million, I believe was the number, because that data center was linked to very specific reproductive cancers and miscarriages. As you can imagine, following my surgery, I am at a much higher risk. If I were to become pregnant, I'm a higher risk pregnancy. My husband and I do hope to have a child someday, and I don't want to exacerbate existing risks to our ability to have a baby because of this increased risk associated with data centers that could increase my risk of mother reproductive cancer or a miscarriage if I were to become pregnant. 2 that are of somewhat similar concern. I have a condition that causes me to faint in the extreme heat. It actually caused me to change my career because of it. I was working in a career where I was outside. And with the recent study from Cambridge University that came out that indicates that there is I believe it's about a 3 to 18 or 19 degree Fahrenheit heat island that surrounds data centers up to about 6 miles, with about 70% of that 6-mile radius feeling a significant impact from that heat. If we remember, from our recent week past, we had over 80-degree, almost 90-degree heat in the middle of April. I'm an avid gardener. I'm an avid hiker. I enjoy the Schuylkill River Trail. All of those things are going to become much more difficult for me to access if instead of having 90-degree heat, which is already alone absurd in April, that's going up to 10, 20 degrees more because of this heat island effect. And that would significantly affect my quality of life. I also, following a car accident, have persistent tinnitus, which is ringing in your ears, which is exacerbated when there's noise outside. So sometimes if I sleep with windows open and I can hear 422 from my bedroom window, it'll disrupt my sleep, it wakes me up, and it'll prevent me from falling back asleep. I think they're pretty well documented cases of noise coming from data centers The mile radius for that is a little different depending on the configuration of the data center. It's not only linked to power generation, but it's also linked to the cooling systems and the service in the data centers themselves. And there are reported instances, many reported instances of persistent hums coming from data centers that are often 24/7. So my primary concern with that is it would significantly affect my ability to get a good night's sleep.
Thank you. Fireman? Did I say that correctly? Fireman. Hi. That is zero.
I've been married almost 20 years. My wife's smoking right sometimes, so it's perfect for me. I do have something to add. As you know from my application, I'm here because my son is a diagnosis of autism spectrum, and sensory hyperreactivity is not a secondary feature of autism. It is a specific core diagnostic criteria that's from the DSM-5, which is the standard diagnostic manual used by every clinician in this country. It specifically lists hyper or hyporeactive, and it says that adverse response to specific sounds is a specific symptom of that. 50 to 70% of autistic individuals experience clinically significant decreased sound tolerance. Individuals with autism perceive continuous mechanical noise, excuse me, as significantly more intense and arousing to neurotypical individuals. And critically, they do not habituate to these sounds over time. This is not a problem that my son will get used to. Studies have shown that data centers specifically produce this exact kind of noise most harmful to individuals with this condition. Investigations by congressional research organizations, university acoustic researchers, and journalists, professional measurement equipment have confirmed that data center cooling systems emit continuous low frequency hum that residents report hearing day and night, and the brain has particular difficulty filtering out. Communities operating near data centers in Virginia, Arizona, and Texas have already documented persistent noise that residents could not block, even with the kind of noise canceling headphones that my son wears 24/7. For my son, the combination of these two well-documented facts, that autism causes heightened and persistent sensitivity to exactly the kind of continuous low frequency sound that data centers are known to produce, means that this facility poses a specific and substantial risk to his ability to function in his own home. That harm is specific to him in a way that is not applicable to the general public, and is precisely the kind of particularized interest that party status exists to protect. And therefore, I respectfully ask the board to grant my application. Should you choose to deny my application, I would like to state for the record that I object to the denial of my application for party status, and I reserve the right to appeal this determination and any final decision of the board unconditional of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. So folks, the court reporter just has asked me that if you would just slow down a little bit as you're reading. It's difficult for her to transcribe everything that's happening. That's her job up here. Also, any type of non-verbal signal can't be recorded by the court reporter. So I just ask you to verbalize whatever it is that you're trying to state. So Stephanie Schlegel. Hopefully I got that. Okay.
Hello, I'm to petition for party status as I specifically for the distance that I am closer to the Penhurst Center than the school is. My friends and family live all within the area. I've lived here for several years and I want to raise my family here. Additionally, in my family and friends, there are some severe cases of asthma. And one of the main concerns that I do have for those individuals who have asthma as well as they had cancer are the recurring amounts of how much nitrogen oxide will be released, as well as PM 2.5, which are particular particle matter material smaller than 2.5 microns. Now, PM 2.5 is known specifically to be the size deep into lungs and cause severe damage and carcinogens. And with that history, with my family who has different cancers and friends that live in this area, things like formaldehyde and carcinogens and the hydrocarbons that are released from use of diesel backup generators or through the toxins that are going to be used to treat water systems are a large concern for me and our environment. Specifically, though, when it comes to asthma, my family is not the only one that is affected because I do have a large concern for the amount of elementary schools and daycares that are within distance of this data center. In fact, there's a large number of them that I just have here on a small map that I'm happy to submit as evidence. That's not even inclusive of all of them or the school fields and practice fields that are used. It's not fully inclusive of not only the Veteran Center which is on there, but other nursing facilities too, where these concerns are present. And so aside from submitting this, which was not on my item, I want to state that too.
Just one question. You mentioned the family, some family members have asthma. Does that include your immediate family?
Yes,
That live in your home?
yes.
Son, I mean, child? And
So my husband, but also one of my children, family members as well. Not my specific child, but my relative's child who lives near me a few streets over.
Thank you.
And I would note that is denied standing. For the record, I object to be denied party status. I am a nearby property resident and who would be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to speak fully, and I want the record to reflect that I'm preserving my right to appeal this decision and the final action taken on the application.
Thank you. Even that, the same statement, if you could just please slow down a little bit for the court. Greatly appreciated. Joanna 10th. Good evening.
Sorry, okay, this is good. I thought it was gonna be worse. Okay, sorry. There is a couple things I wanted to add to my application. I wanted to add that my family lives approximately 1 mile away, and I will be directly and negatively affected if this data center is built due to the following reasons. Both my children have asthma diagnoses, sorry. One of their diagnoses is so severe that it's considered an asthma disability. My husband also has asthma. We are downwind from Penhurst, directly in the path of air pollution. I will note that Chester County Planning Commission outlined that the application has added an on-site power generation facility. The application has admitted from their application air pollution dispersion modeling. Sorry. Stacks heights and other emission estimates, which leads to us relying on current wind speed and directional information that places any dispersion rate into our windows, which we like to keep open on nice days. We walk to the library weekly and take our afternoon dinner walks. Our children are outside many days throughout the year. The air pollution from this site, both in construction and operation, would prevent them from being able to enjoy the fresh air and sunshine. Overall, our family's health and well-being and daily life would suffer greatly. Emissions from the generators, constructions, vehicles, and on-site power generation facility will directly impact my family. I intend to prove this if I'm granted party status. When our children are sick more often due to the air pollution caused by the data center, they will miss more days from school with respiratory distress, in turn negatively impacting their education, which will in turn affect their whole life into adulthood. This is also a concern due to the land being an unremediated brownfield site, which the level of contaminants is still in question. My family will be negatively impacted. My family immediately, personally, and uniquely ongoing will be. I intend to prove this through my case. I will also note that there will be pollution of the local water supply, which chemicals used in the cooling process during the process when it is cooling. No water supply is isolating. I'm very concerned about the probability of getting sick with rare cancers from chemicals that cannot be filtered out of the water. The tree removal will not allow the deep roots to filter out toxins and allow them to get to the water supply, causing cancers and other health concerns. I personally am at a higher risk of cancer due to my family history. Sorry, excuse me. My mother had cancer 3 times before she passed away before the age of 60. My father also had cancer, which puts me at a higher risk. The water being contaminated is a concern to our family. I intend to prove this if I'm granted party status. We are a one-income household. My husband works full-time to provide for our family, while I'm a stay-at-home mom where I manage the home as well as take care of our children. If this is approved, it will make my husband sick more often with respiratory distress and jeopardize our livelihood. My husband works from home, so he would not receive a break from the air pollution, water contaminants, and not to mention the constant noise pollution being emitted from a data center of this size. I intend to prove all of this if I'm granted party status. Additionally, I have anxiety and other medical conditions. The constant sound of humming and construction noise would cause great harm to my overall health. I can hear the construction being done at Indy Park at times, which is adjacent to the proposed site, as well as the fan and hum of the power plant, which is a further distance from my home. I intend to prove this if I'm granted party status. I will also note that my right to party status should be granted considering the application and the township has not provided myself or others any materials or studies stating that the harm will not reach me or impact myself and my family. And if I'm not granted party status, for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application.
Thank you. Mr. Benelli, do you have anything to add up on your application or what has been just stated by your wife?
I do. Might sound similar, but I assure you it's different. So my family lives approximately a mile away. And we will directly and negatively be affected by a data center being built for the following reasons. First one being air pollution. Due to mine and both my children's asthma diagnosis, one of which is an asthma disability, and being downwind from Penhurst. The project would prevent us from being able to enjoy the fresh air, sunshine. The air pollution will come right into our windows that we like to keep open on nice days. We won't be able to walk to the library, take after dinner walks, or play basketball. My children won't be able to ride their bikes, jump on the trampoline, as we do on many days throughout the year. Overall, the health and well-being of our family would suffer. If our children are sick more often, they will miss many days of school with respiratory distress, in turn negatively impacting their education, which will affect them into adulthood. This also is a concern due to the land being an unremediated brownfield site. Emissions from the generators and construction vehicles will directly impact my family. We are a one-income household where I work full-time to provide for our family. If this is approved, it would make me sick more often with respiratory distress and possibly jeopardize my job.
I intend to prove this as I inherit its party status. And I'm with water. Pollution of the local water supplies and chemicals used in the cooling process is a big concern for me and my family. No water supply is isolated. I am here concerned about getting sick with rare cancers from chemicals that cannot be filtered out of the water. The tree removal will disturb the chemicals already in and on the ground of the proposed site, causing them to leach into the ground. And as my wife said, she's at a higher risk of cancer due to her family history. This would also cause a financial strain on us as well, having to buy expensive water tests, be sure that we're not drinking the chemicals. Or most likely have to buy water instead of filtering it going that we do now. For sound, I'm concerned that the constant noise of fans, turbines, and construction equipment will affect our daily lives. This will affect our ability to enjoy the outdoors, as I already described, and most likely it'll affect our ability to sleep, which will greatly affect our health and our children's development. The infrasound can also affect the body in ways we are just starting to understand. For example, the heart. My grandmother died of a heart attack, and this will increase my risk. I intend to prove this if I am granted party status. I'm concerned also of high utility bills. And since we are a one-income household, where we're full-time, this would be a severe strain for us. I working from home, I wouldn't receive any sort of break from this air pollution, water contaminants, noise. It would just be constant. And for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully. And I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Manelli. Mr. Shivers, is there anything you would like to add in addition to what you've already added on your, or you've already provided in your application?
Yes, I'd like to expand on what I already wrote about the voices of early hearing. Last name Scriber, SCHRY, V as in Victor, ER. Good. We hear noise from the Limerick power generation station constantly. The township is well aware of this, the police are well aware of this, we've recorded it and reported it a number of times. A couple of months ago, I drove working at 1 a.m. trying to track where these noises were coming from. I stopped 15 different locations, leading me all directly to the Penrose property. When I was there, and there was not much going on there, I could notice the sound was coming from behind it. I kept tracking where the noises were coming from, and I was on Long Acre Road, about 100 yards from the nuclear facility. This data center was directly in line with whatever valley or whatever leads that sounds directly to where we live. The data center is going to be less than half that distance. It is already keeping us up at night, vibrating our bedroom windows and walls. So therefore, I definitely have an interest in preventing any more disruption to our sleep. For the record, if I am denied, I object to being denied party status. I'm near a property owner who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I'm reserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken tonight.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna spell your last name for the court reporter, if that's all right. KLINICKI.
Yes.
Okay, I want to expand on what was on my application. This is kind of rhetorical, but how can we set a 500-foot limit when we know harms extend beyond that? I've seen nothing from this applicant confirming that we won't be harmed if we live under than 500 feet, so it just seems really arbitrary to me, but just putting that out there. I am requesting party status as a resident of East Vincent Township, living approximately 1 mile from the site. Due to my proximity to Sandhurst, my family and I will suffer the negative impacts the data center will bring to our community. Our zoning states that the INU encourages only those types of uses which would not constitute a hazard or nuisance to the population of adjacent areas. This proposed use of hyperscale AI data center will violate this, and my main concerns for myself and my family are as follows. Water is a big concern. Currently, as one other speaker mentioned, Amazon is settling with residents of a town in Oregon because, excuse me, because their data centers use of the groundwater is causing a heightened concentration of nitrates in people's wells, creating a cluster of rare cancers and a reported increase, pretty significant increase in miscarriages in women who live nearby. My family is on well water, and I have already lost a child to miscarriage. And this is not something I'm looking to repeat. It is a level of agony I would wish on the worst person in this world, let alone my neighbors. Second concern is noise. Specifically when it comes to loss of enjoyment of my property. It is well known and documented that these data centers can be heard for up to 3 miles around at least. I live 1 mile away, and 1 mile away from another proposed data center, but that's a whole nother can of worms. So I would certainly hear it. My husband and I chose this area specifically for its beauty, rural character, and peace and quiet. Watching my children play in the yard while listening to a 24/7, 365 soundtrack of industrial humming is not my idea of a good time. It's really unacceptable when we worked so hard and so long for what we have. And my third and final concern that I wanted to elaborate on is the safety risk, which I know has been touched on. As we are currently seeing in Iran, though, I haven't heard anyone mention this just yet, these data centers are now a target in war. We already live near a nuclear power plant, and we may have several of these centers around us in 5 years in the future. This puts a target on us even more so than we already have. Furthermore, with battery storage and on-site power generation that does not been disclosed what kind of power generation it will be. This is a significant risk of imminent harm to those in our community. Should something go wrong, as capable as our first responders certainly are, they are not currently equipped to handle such an incident, as Mr. Shank mentioned. And I haven't seen any plan for this either. Any safety concern doesn't seem to be on their radar. So this is a great concern to me as a nearby resident who has small children. They deserve a safe place to grow up. So, for the record, I object to being denied party status. I am a nearby property owner who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision in any final action taken tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, we're gonna take a 5-minute break to allow some folks to leave here. So give us a minute.
I understand taking a break to allow the other.
Look at this guy not standing. Look at this guy not standing. Everybody else gave him a standing ovation. This lawyer guy, he's not standing.
The poisonous, I want to look together.
Why don't they just put the data centers in Gary, Indiana? The populated urban areas, they're already loud and filthy. Chimp goes, hang on, guys. Netanyahu is calling.
Oh my God.
He's dead.
Yep. I genuinely don't know how, if you're a member of the board, the council, how you sit here and you listen to this. I also don't understand how, if you're a lawyer, you can ever work with people like this. But I don't understand how you can sit here as a council, hear people say these things, and not just say no. These are your neighbors. These are the people you serve. Their kids go to school with your kids. Oh,
Like, they, a lot of people know each other personally.
yep.
Mine is boiled.
Yes.
This is, I don't know, it feels very reminiscent of a lot of power plants and all that stuff coming out in the 70s.
Yeah, here. Turn around so we can chat.
So-
Yeah. So as I was just saying to Thornbury, we're standing here, watching the proceedings, and I don't know. I don't understand how you can listen to people tell stories about cancer and miscarriages and respiratory issues and their property value declining and their hopes and dreams and everything they've spent their whole lives working for being taken away from them because, some goofball in a suit thinks that he can help override the will of the people. It's just, I mean, I don't, at the end of the day, like, look, it's the council that has to make a decision, but I don't know that I trust that they're not being bought off. I want to believe in people. I want to believe that people have good hearts and good souls, but if this gets rammed through, then it's a simple fact that the people who are in charge are betraying their own community. And I don't know, you shouldn't feel safe if you do that. That's unfortunate that they might get to it. Yeah. What?
Chip's just gonna get swatted.
Chimp, don't get yourself swatted.
Here, I'm gonna try to find the craziest one.
So here's the thing. I saw somebody in the chat say that emotional appeals, emotional pleas rarely work in politics, and in many cases that's true. But these aren't emotional appeals or pleas. These are people expressing legitimate grievances they have. The people who want to put this data center in don't live in East Vincent. They won't deal with this. They're not the ones suffering. They have not planned remediation. They have not even told us what kind of generators they're going to be using. And every single day, we're finding out more and more ways in which these data centers are harmful to people and communities, to animals, to plant life. And it's very obvious that Penhurst AI has not considered any of this, or that their consideration of it was fuck them. So I just, I don't get it. I don't get what the holdup is. I don't understand why we're on meeting number like 7 about something where the answer from the community is so very clear.
And it has been 5 minutes as of right now. So
And it has been 5 minutes as of right now. That 5-minute recess better not turn into another 50-minute one. We lost an hour and a half of testimony tonight because they had to go seek legal counsel. Now, keep in mind, a member of the board is up there and he's got his fancy little sign. And what's it say on it? Esquire. Are you that bad a lawyer, dude?
I don't know if he's actually from the board. I think he is the board.
Gotcha.
Well, that's even.
I don't know if that's confirmed.
He may be the board's lawyer,
So in which case he is the counsel.
in which case he is the counsel, which is worse.
Yes. Because
But also, if the whole point here is for people to give their party application and then go up and explain why. All right, 7 minutes.
But this is the crazy one when I told you that.
Good lord. Look at this sad little man.
Please state your seats. Monica, Schreiber,
No jawline, terrible physiognomy check.
and your application.
He looks like he drives a BMW.
All right, we got another speaker.
Schreiber. S is in Sam, Chry, V is in Victor, ER. I'm appearing tonight in my individual capacity as a person directly affected by this application. I'm a resident of this area. I live approximately 1.9 miles from the proposed site. I commute on the roadways in close proximity to the proposed site. I will be directly affected, and as the impacts of this project will be ongoing, noise, emissions, vibration, safety concerns, and other effects caused by living in close proximity to this project. This should qualify me for standing. But this is what I want to say. We're about to celebrate 250 years. What are we celebrating? Here we are, 250 years later, and we're fighting for our freedom. We're fighting for our rights to clean air, water. We already did that 250 years ago. Look at Penhurst, where children and older patients had no rights, but then they were awarded civil rights. And it seems like we're going backwards. I'm very concerned for where I live. My husband mentioned what we believe is some sort of a valley where we're currently hearing a noise. We've done the research, and if all of you have done the research, including the representatives and builders, you would know this is not what you put, not even your certain length requirement. It should be miles and miles away from any living thing. We know that data centers are largely fueled by last century technology. I know, data centers. Last century technology, coal, gas, and nuclear power plants. The impacts are devastating, and they do not follow a distance line. That's why I am applying for standard, because my house, my family is going to be impacted by all of this. My property is treated as what they call a sacrifice zone, where air pollution travels up to 10 miles. We know noise pollution travels 3 miles or more. There are heat islands formed that can impact up to 4.3 miles. So to put a distance requirement on individuals who have, by their very nature of being citizens in this country, putting restrictions on them because of distance is taking away their rights. It's an easy way to get through a lot of applications, isn't it? But it's not right.
as somebody else mentioned, and I think it's worth mentioning tonight, we are being surrounded. This isn't just one data center we're talking about here. We have 2 other proposals within close distance. So I guess what I want to say is that I know we're here. We're giving you all the research. We're doing all the research. If you've done any research for the individuals that are here wanting this, and for those that are going to make a decision, I'm not sure why we have to, I understand there's a process, but none of the research is supportive of data centers anywhere near residents. And I would just like to conclude for the record that I object being denied party status. I'm a nearby property owner, resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I'm preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application. Thank you.
Linda Klaus. Is it Klaus or Klaus? Klaus.
Oh, stop with the shtick. Quit the shtick, man.
Thank you for listening to me for just a few minutes. I want to add to what I wrote on that application. My husband and I bought our house 20 years ago. We bought our house because of the wonderful environment surrounding it. We have woods behind our house that now East Benson has put a trail through that we can actually walk through. We can walk our dogs. We have a neighborhood with so many people that have dogs and they walk around in a neighborhood. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to bring up your children, a great place to walk your dogs. And now they want to put this thing just behind the woods where we live. And it's going to disrupt our lives. It's going to affect our property values, not just ours, but our whole neighborhoods. And not to mention what it's going to do to the wildlife in the woods. We get to see deer, we get to see opossums, rabbits, all kinds of animals, and I hear owls at night. I don't know what this data center is going to do to all that, but I know that we are going to be able to hear it. And we don't want that. We don't appreciate that. We retired. We bought this house because it's a single level home and we love the environment. We do not need a data center in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Whitecap.
Hello, I'm Carol Lightcap, 360 King Street, Spring City. King Street is the last street in East Vincent Township until you step onto the Penhurst property. So I'm pretty close. As the crow flies, it's 0.40 miles. I've been a loyal, tax-paying citizen of Spring City for 37 years. I've stayed this long because of our quiet, natural, and beautiful neighborhood. I'm opposed to the data center. I'm affected, but I'm more concerned for our veterans at the Veterans Center who are affected even worse. Thank you, veterans. Sorry they had to leave before I could speak. You deserve a peaceful, quiet, country setting to enjoy your retirement. You have given more to our country than most folks in this room. There's another proposed data center called Project Laurel, directly across the river from the proposed East Vincent Center, about 150 feet across the river. I object to being denied party status, and I reserve the right to appeal. Thank you.
Stephanie, hi Josh. Okay. Get one.
Hi. Hi, my name's Stephanie. Hi, Josh. It's Hijosh, just like hi and Josh. I live at 364 Ridge Avenue in Spring City. I'm about less than a half a mile in between Spring City and the woods into Penhurst. For me, it's not only just a medical thing. I had a Picardy 1 malformation where I had a brain aneurysm that sometimes affects with all the noise that comes about. But it's not only my health, the water, the electric. I live near those woods where I walk my dog every day. My dog doesn't like the noise. I can hear the so-called gun range that's over there in Penhurst all through the day, all the construction, no matter what time of the day it is, I hear it. I'm one of those also that works at home. I have to keep my windows closed when all this noise is going on because I'm unable to work or, work and hear and my cable and all that. And if you have to say that because I live less than 500 feet away from this construction, where I'm at about a half a mile, can you guarantee us that pollution and those, the decibels and all that are going to stay within that 500 feet too? I think it's something that we all need to consider and we all need to fight. And so I guess I'm going to go with, if you deny me party status, for the record, I object to be denied party status. I'm a nearby property owner who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I reserve my right to appeal the decision, and any final action might be taken. And I also need to make sure that my property value also stays into effect too. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Moose.
This is our senator, state senator.
I just have a few remarks in addition to what I submitted in my application for standing. I'm appearing tonight in my individual capacity as a person directly affected by this application. I'm also a resident of this area and of this very township. I live approximately 2 miles from the proposed site. And while some may roll their eyes in the front of the room or think that I live too far away, PM2.5 and PM10 air pollution can travel hundreds of miles. I work in an office that is 1 mile away from the proposed site. So I drive from my home past this proposed site to my Reuters Ford office every day except for when I'm in session in Harrisburg, which is maybe 3 days a month. My line of work also requires me to attend events and meetings regularly at the Southeastern Veterans Center. Why? Because part of my job is being the minority chairperson in the Pennsylvania State Senate for the Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness Committee. So my job, part of that is oversight of the operations under the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, which includes SEVC. In addition, I obviously routinely travel the surrounding road network to reach my office, my home, and all of the areas throughout that everyone in this room knows. But what makes me unique is that I'm always around this site, no matter where I'm at work or whether I am at home. Because I live, work, travel, and regularly spend time in these locations very close to this proposed site, I will be affected in a direct and recurring way by the kinds of impacts this project will create, including noise,
traffic, air emissions, lighting, vibration, public safety concerns, and other close proximity effects. I'm not sure if you're all aware of the aggressive driving rates in our county. I even had a staffer killed by a reckless driver in our small community here in Winston Township. So this is real. My interest is direct because the harm flows from the specific proposed site and its off-site effects that I will prove in my case in chief. My interest is immediate because these effects would occur where I already live, work, travel, and frequent as part of my ordinary life. I'm therefore requesting party status. And I also request that deliberation and questions as to my qualifications to stand be deliberated now so that I may preserve my rights and defend my position on the record. If you want me to go through the reasons why I think you're going to deny me, I'm happy to do so. I already have my photos. If you say that I'm here as only a senator, I want to be very clear that I am not asserting my standing simply because I hold elected office. I don't get to detach from that role. This is my home. This is where I live. This is the township where I live. These are my neighbors. I'm not asking for standing based on a generalized interest in public policy or because I represent these fine people in this room. I'm asserting standing because I am personally and will continue to be repeatedly present in various impacted areas. My role helps explain why I'm regularly at these locations, especially my district office, the veterans home, but my standing is not based on my title. It is based on the fact that I personally use these places and I can see this property from my own bedroom window. Line of sight. I'll wait for my husband to touch on that when we call him, so we're not duplicative. My standing is not based on one point of contact. As I mentioned, I'm not relying on the fact that my home is just 2 miles away, but rather I'm relying on the fact that my district office is right down the street from Penhurst. Literally. There's even sidewalks that connect everything. How rare. This is not a case where I'm trying to claim standing based on some remote or generalized concern. I have multiple repeated and specific connections to the affected area. My presence in and around this location is ongoing, foreseeable, and substantial. If you say that I don't own my district office, you're absolutely right. You know who pays that rent? The people in this room, the taxpayers. But it is where I have to work and my staff has to work. I don't own the Southeastern Veterans Center. But boy, wouldn't it be great if I did, because boy, I'd have standing real quick, wouldn't I? Ownership is not the point of my request. My request is based on actual use and actual presence. I work at my district office on a regular basis. As I mentioned, meetings and events are held at the Veterans Home, which I am the chair of a committee for in the Pennsylvania State Senate, which is my job. These are real and recurring points of contact with the area that will be affected by this proposal if it should be approved. I do not need to pretend that my only legitimate interests exist at the exact place where I sleep at night. But my direct involvement with this area includes where I work, where I travel, and where I regularly spend time serving and meeting with people in our community. If you say that my concerns are speculative, my concerns are not abstract, and they are not speculative in the sense of being disconnected from place. I'm identifying concrete categories of harm tied to specific places I personally use. I'm talking about the effect of this project on my home, on my office, on my ability to do my job, my own health and well-being, and my own property value. The issue at this stage is not whether I have already proven the full extent of those harms, and there is no burden on me to do so at this point. The issue is whether I have a personal stake in the outcome, because the impacts of this use could affect me in a real and reoccurring way, and I do. And if you say that I'm speaking for others and that I am not asking for standing only because I serve other people, I'm speaking for myself as someone who is just like you, that has to have clean air and clean water to be alive, literally to be alive. My request tonight is based on my own repeated presence at these locations and in the surrounding area, along with my own residence, my office and travel routes. My role in the community may explain why I'm present in these places so often, but the standing I am asserting is personal. If you say that someone else already represents my area of town or on my street, another person being granted standing does not cancel out my own. Standing is personal and my interest is my own. The fact that another resident, another worker, or another community member has also shown they are affected does not mean that I somehow stop being affected. I have my own independent basis for standing, and I'm asking for the board to rule on my request based on my own facts and circumstances. This is not about politics. This is about whether I am a person directly affected by this application, and I am. I live here. This is our backyard. I work nearby. I spent time in these places. I'm asking to be recognized based on my actual relationship to the impact area, not on the office I hold or the opinions that I have about broader policy issues. For the record, I am requesting an explicit ruling on my request for party status and standard, as you should have done for every person along the way, because people left and they now no longer have the right to defend their right to party status. Again, I'm not relying on any title, politics, generalized public interest. I'm here representing myself, and for the record, I object to being denied party status, and I am a nearby property owner and resident who will be directly affected by this project. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application. Thank you. You would say that it's important to let these people know when you want to go on their party status tonight, because some of these people have sat around a long time and others have had to leave. And it's very unusual to have this format. So I would request that you give everybody the opportunity, if you're going to deny them, that they have the opportunity to defend themselves like they're entitled to.
That's a great statement. I'm appearing tonight in my individual capacity as a person directly affected by this application. I'm a resident of East Vincent Township and live approximately 2 miles from the proposed Penhurst site. My home has a direct line of sight to the property as I can see the site from my bedroom window. My wife and I made the decision to purchase our first home here in East Vincent, which represents the most significant financial investment we have made. We chose this location with the expectation of a residential environment, not proximity to a hyperscale industry and data center campus. Research has shown that proximity to industrial infrastructure competitively reduce residential property.
Sorry, I didn't catch the signal.
It's on video.
Research has shown that proximity to industrial energy infrastructure can measurably reduce residential property values, particularly where there is visibility or close proximity to the site. Those impacts have been observed even with facilities that have a far smaller footprint than what is proposed here. The scale of this development, combined with this visibility from my home, raises serious concerns about the potential for similar or greater impacts on property value. In addition, I travel through East Vincent and Spring City on a daily basis, including along Bridge Street as part of my commute to work in Montgomery County. I rely on those roadways regularly. They are already extremely congested. This project will introduce substantial construction and operational traffic directly along my daily travel route. My home is also located within the emergency planning zone of the Limerick Generating Station. The addition of large-scale on-site power generation infrastructure associated with this proposal introduces additional cumulative risk considerations that directly affect my house. Because I live, see, travel through, and rely on areas directly impacted by this proposal, I will be affected in a direct and recurring way. My interest is substantial, direct, and immediate as required under the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code I am therefore requesting party status. For the record, I respectfully request an explicit ruling on my request for party status pursuant to section 908 of the MPC. If party status is denied, I ask that the board clearly state the specific factual and legal basis for that denial on the record, so that it may be properly reflected in any findings of fact and conclusions of law issued in this matter. Thank you.
Catherine Usner. Present.
No wonder. Took an hour and a half off the front.
Charles Baker.
I'm getting up slowly. Sorry.
I would like to expand on what I wrote on my application. Distance alone does not defeat standing. I have a direct, personal, unique impact as our 7-month-old son attends Duckling's Early Learning Center, which is 0.6 miles from the site. This proposal impacts my daily life and routine and roads that I use every day. It also impacts my son's daily life and routine, the immediate area he spends half his waking hours in, and he has no ability to defend himself. My concerns are not anecdotal. My son's health will objectively be negatively impacted for empirical reasons. I'm not generally against data centers. Quite frankly, I don't care about anyone else. I understand they are a 21st century need. However, a quantitative study performed by researchers at Cornell estimates the public health costs of large data centers to be $20 billion and the human cost to be 1,300 lives. It's about $15 million per life. It's a lot of money. My son's health is worth more to me. Per a study by the Environmental Data and Governance Initiative titled Communities Close to EPA Regulated Data Centers Face Heightened Air Pollution. Communities living in close proximity, which is defined as 1 mile, to EPA regulated data centers have higher air pollution burdens compared to the national median. They accessed information of 550 data centers that have been permitted by state and federal environmental protection agencies to examine the air pollution burden of those communities. They considered local levels of fine particulate matter, specifically PM2.5, and nitrogen dioxide. Specifically, they examined air pollutants associated with diesel exhaust, since data centers often use diesel generators as backup power sources. Moreover, some data centers have on-site power generators, like this proposal, of which we don't know what type of power generation, but effectively they all emit nitrous oxide. They found that communities within 1 mile of data centers face particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, and diesel particulate matter levels above the national median. Particulate matter is also a non-zero threat exposure. If there is any of it in the environment, it is above the threat level of exposure. Air pollution is a most acute concern. Fossil fuel power plants and diesel backup generators that power data centers emit hazardous pollutants such as nitrogen oxide and fine particulate matter. This increases rates of respiratory disease, cardiovascular conditions, and elevates cancer risk in nearby communities. Again, that recent model from the Cornell study that I referenced, that study is called the unpaid toll, quantifying the public health impact of AI. I also have another study here. I'm not going to reference the same points over and over. This is written by Adam Meerman. He's the Carl F. Braun Professor of Computing and Mathematical Sciences at Caltech, as well as Xiaolai Ren, an Associate Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of California, Riverside. These people are directly involved in and have incentive in the technological industry. The study is titled, "We Need to Talk About AI's Impact on Public Health. Data center pollution is linked to asthma and heart attacks."
and more. I also have a 37-page long study titled "Long-Term Exposure to PM 2.5 Has Significant Adverse Effects on Childhood and Adult Asthma, a global meta-analysis and health impact assessment." I'm also concerned that we don't know who the provider is. A lot of times these developments operate under clandestine agreements, so we don't know who the final user will be, what their experience is. And per Executive Order 14141, which is the Office of the President, titled "Advancing United States Leadership in Artificial Intelligence Infrastructure." This is a presidential document. Says the development of AI infrastructure should proceed without raising energy costs for American consumers and businesses, and it should have strong community support. The companies developing, commercializing, and deploying AI must finance the cost of building the infrastructure needed for AI operations, including the development of next-generation power infrastructure built for these operations. Further, plans to help ensure that the construction of operation of AI infrastructure does not increase electricity costs to other ratepayers or water costs to consumers, including as appropriate through appropriate proposed or recommended future engagement with any applicable regulatory authorities and state, tribal, or local governments. They should have experience completing comparable construction projects. They should have experience in compliance with federal, state, and local permits, environmental reviews, relevant to construction and operation of AI infrastructure, or in the alternative, other evidence of the ability to contain and comply with such permits or reviews in an efficient manner. To date, the applicant has not shown any evidence to reach those standards. Again, I'm here because I have a unique personal case. I'm making a timely appearance of a record under Section 9083, requesting party status, and asking the board to rule on that request on the record. If the board is denying party status, I ask that denial on the basis for it be stated on the record. For the record, I object to being denied party status. I'm a nearby property owner who will be directly affected by this project, as will my 7-month-old son. I believe I qualify to participate fully, and I want the record to reflect that I am preserving my right to appeal this decision and any final action taken on this application.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Applications for party status. The board is going to go off the record for a few minutes. We'll be back.
What could they possibly have to say off the record? Public servants, man. Yeah. What?
Well, one of the speakers, somebody walked in us, so I'm assuming they're that's why they're there for now.
Oh boy. So we're all wondering what they could possibly have to say off the record right now. Oh, am I zoomed in? Funky?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hey guys.
Better now.
So we're all wondering, like, not just us, but most of the people here, what could they possibly be talking about back there? They were back there for an hour and a half at the beginning of the meeting. What off the record information could there also? It's a public event. Like, nothing should be off the record. There should be nothing off the record happening right now, except Off the Record by Luke Eccles, which is one of our channels.
Supposedly, just to give something of note, supposedly based on the argument that the lawyer was making, that is the council's.
Yeah,
it's that there is an exception to the Sunshine Act of 1987, which is that
Yeah,
deliberation.
in a quasi judicial. But here's the thing: it's
That's
like
the reason they're using it.
I don't care. That's like, this is clearly not what that's supposed to be for.
Oh, I agree.
Like, not only did they not tell people if they were going to be denied party status before they left, but they deliberately extended the beginning of the meeting and cut an hour and a half of testimony time. And then they've now disappeared yet again to deliberate. How much time is left tonight?
20 minutes. It's now 10:30. 10. We've got about 20 minutes.
Yeah. So basically what's going on right now, I think, is they're just avoiding any opportunity for people to respond I'm just disgusted.
We should, whether it's before we leave or at some point, we should see if we can get in touch with as many people who presented here tonight as possible.
I did talk to I did not catch the name.
Agreed. That's what I'm waiting on.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
email
yeah.
or yeah,
It's yeah, Punxsutawney Phil.
yes, yes. So they're gonna
yeah.
send me an email. And then, but I mean, even other people, obviously the senator, if they can.
Yeah.
But I think it might be a good or on location thing to have us go do on location interviews with people that are in the area.
Oh yeah.
That
Yeah,
could
their
be-
houses. Yeah. That would be good too. Yeah, I like that. Then go to Frick's Lock and be like, this is what's all gonna look like in 20 years if this goes in, because nobody wants to live here anymore. Like it's just the idea that some asshole is coming in from out of town and putting something in here that's going to destroy the environment, destroy the community, when our community has worked so hard to claw its way back from being just utterly destroyed by the collapse of the steel industry in this country. For 20 years, Phoenixville was a place you didn't want to be. And they, the people who have lived there the whole time, and then, are obviously, we're more recent transplants, sort of.
That's my hometown.
Yeah, I guess it is your hometown. So, and I grew up there going on the weekends. So, like, yeah, our community's clawed its way back from devastation to be, again, the #1 small town in America. That is a crazy turnaround. And now these dicks want to take it all away from us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic American story of a corporation coming in and ruining the environment of a town. Hopefully, we can see a different result than we have in the past here. I think this is definitely going to be something where knowing how to play chess instead of checkers is going to be really important. I have liked that a lot of the people who've gotten up here that are from the community have already done their due diligence.
Yeah.
And how to fight this properly. Obviously, the senator did a phenomenal
Oh my
job.
God. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, but even some of the people who I don't believe are in any form
No,
legal
just
scholars or
people.
anything like that, they've done a lot of work already. That's definitely worth commending.
Yeah, I'm very pleased, and I was pleasantly surprised that a certain member of the board, the town manager, got up and asked that there be no blanket objections. I was happy to hear that.
Yeah.
That was important. I think the idea that this BMW driving, jawline-less, gray-haired man behind me can just lay a blanket objection down and not have to say the words "I object" over and over again, and tell an entire community repeatedly that he doesn't care if they get cancer. He doesn't care if their kids suffer from asthma. He doesn't care if kids can't enjoy their lives. I think it's important. I think it shows a lot, says a lot that he hasn't said shit since that moment because he's a coward.
Welcome to lawyers, man.
Yeah, he's a cowardly little BMW driving man.
Phineas asked why you look like you're loaded for a bear.
Oh, we set up an exact. Oh wait, this is great. By the way, we accidentally set ourselves up by the media table. Don't worry about moving. Yeah. We set ourselves up right by a table with this sign on it. Fun fact, hear it. No ABC, no NBC, no CBS. Just the lore lads, just the boys, fighting the good fight. I could have been sitting in a chair this whole time.
Yeah, we could have.
That's fine.
I could have been comfy.
Ages ago.
That's why the cop was like, "Yeah, dude. Of course you can go by that table. That's your table."
Yeah,
We didn't see the media sign. Also, we don't have press badges, so
Yeah.
We should start.
I guess these days, if you show up with cameras,
Yeah.
people just assume.
Theoretically make press badges, I think. We had
Are we allowed to issue ourselves press badges?
We had them for travel when I worked at the Refrick Company.
So what we need is we need to issue ourselves press badges, and we need Mayor Pete to deputize us,
Yes.
and then we're good. Then we've got all of the. Oh, where's Katie going? So don't leave.
Well, since your office is pretty close, we could probably either call that down, drop by.
I'm gonna walk over and see if I can catch her.
Yeah.
For like 5 to 10 years.
Oh, I like the. Oh, we'll talk more about this later, but it's good.
It's close. There were only a couple things that I was like, we could
Paul is a guy I went to college with who does profit. He works at
Personally, I'm wondering
but does
how many kids need to get cancer? How many kids need to get cancer before Mr. McHugh over here decides that that's enough kids with cancer?
company I worked at.
Or is money really everything? You know how those Irish are.
A lot of like accident films.
I'm also Irish, just to be clear, that was a joke.
He did a lot of agent scouting, yeah. So yeah, I wanna
I believe we're now at
Ryan is now
9 minutes of off the record discussion. I believe that's where we're at.
Just being able to have that.
It's 10 minutes.
It's been 10? Yes. Officially 10 minutes.
I love the just walking past the camera.
You can almost sort of see them between the scummy lawyer and his friends. But they're through that window back there. Well, now Ethan's in the way.
And translation, that means there are 11 minutes left before we all have to go home. Half of
They're literally stalling right now.
Did we definitely confirm whether or not it's 10?
I'm almost positive they said we have a hard stop at 10. They're just killing time.
Yeah.
This is entirely so that they don't have to answer questions.
And don't have to go back through people and justify their decisions.
Yeah, this is all about preventing the public from getting to voice their opinions, and they're gonna send some email out saying, hey, well, it's a statute, 500 feet, so nothing we can do.
How many?
Or potentially there will be yet another conditional use hearing.
I was going to say, so do we know how many more hearings are going to be happening with this?
I think they said if they didn't get through everybody tonight, then there will be another one.
Well, it would sound like there's probably no way they were going to get through everybody tonight.
I don't know if they did. I don't know if everybody here is an applicant or if it's just people showed up to support.
I'm sure some are. I'd be curious to see to what extent we got through this.
Yeah.
Because I'd be shocked if there wasn't another hearing after this.
Well, so here's the thing. If that's the case, tell us, hey guys, we're going to keep going through the list. We're not going to finish tonight. So we're just going to go all the way through. Instead, they're deliberating.
Yeah. Well, I'll also be curious, do we know what is left in the process between now and when supposed approval might happen?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't totally know.
Okay.
I
know
don't
I know this got rescheduled a number of
Yeah,
times.
I think my understanding is that anybody who is determined to have party status tonight. There will be, I think, sort of like a trial kind of thing.
Okay.
Where it's a little bit more of a legal thing rather than a voicing opinions thing. And then I think that they have to discuss. We'll talk about. We'll try and talk to Katie about it.
Yeah. I'm also going to talk to our new friends and see if they know.
Yeah, sounds good.
Howdy, I appreciate you giving us the minute by minute updates. That's how means I don't have to actually check my watch.
You guys deliberating or masturbating?
You got to shout that when they come back in.
Yeah. I'd like to file a blanket objection to deliberating for the entire rest of the meeting.
Yeah.
Also, who's this guy with the crutches? This fucking Epstein-looking guy.
Yeah, people were asking that. I have no idea.
I mean, he's talking to council, so I would assume that this little group right here probably is the butt buddies.
Yeah. I would guess so.
See, what it really is that the guys who want to do Pennhurst AI, they can't get laid, so they want AI girlfriends. They want to make sure that they have as much access as possible. You know, they will sacrifice the water, the health. They'll sacrifice the environment. They'll sacrifice the air, the noise.
All for hentai.
They will give us localized global warming, all so they can keep yorking it to AI titties. That's it. That's the reasoning, as far as I'm concerned. It's like, dude, just go to a climate rally. You'll find some granola girls, some granola guys. You're into that?
Yeah, whatever you're into. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
You don't have to like do a weird dystopian tech nightmare just because you weren't cool in high school. I wasn't cool in high school. Now I do this. Although I will say I have way better hair than all of them, so that might have something to do with it. You know, maybe you just get to a certain point and you're like, shit, you know, I'm going bald and I'm fat, so I might as well destroy the world.
This is why I want you to run for office, because your speeches are just an hour and a half of this.
It's what it is and what I would do. I'm not brave enough for politics. What I would do is my friends on both sides of the aisle have told me repeatedly that if they are ever elected president, they want me to be their press secretary because nobody hates journalists more than I do.
That's a good one.
So that's what I would like to do. I would love to be a press secretary. But I would take politician just to do what John Kennedy does.
Yeah.
Dude, I love John Kennedy.
Just talk shit constantly.
The most unique insults you've ever seen.
Like before I die.
Look at these gray-haired legal boys over here deliberating on how best to ruin my future.
I am
future of my family.
I am actually staggered how many people in chat are like, yes, I'd vote for you for public office.
It's a terrible idea. I would not be a good politician.
I am staggered by this.
I mean, if Brandon Herrera can do it,
yeah.
I just sitting on the floor of Congress, like, give me the park files. Tell me where Bigfoot is. Honestly, that's what I'd run on.
Yeah.
I would literally run on, like, I'm going to declassify Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Because, like, that can't be worse than anyone else.
That's not weirder than Vermin Supreme.
No. Well, he did offer free ponies for every American.
That's what I'm saying, is that, like, you're not weirder than that.
No.
No.
Also, like, listen, Vermin Supreme, I get it. I respect you, man. Respect the hustle, but, like, you're going to crash the pony economy. If every American has a pony, then ponies become worthless.
You are being told to show the camera your weird thumbs again.
Why? I guess. Or they're toe thumbs, I know. God.
Dude, that clip is gonna hit like thumb the thumb hub like a nuke.
How many minutes are we at of deliberation now?
Yeah, howdy. Hit me with the
How long have we been deliberating?
For time that we've been meeting.
Oh, I love how, you know, we start off the meeting with an hour and a half of behind closed doors deliberation.
I can't. It was 1:59 when I came out with 55. Yes, it's been over 20 minutes now.
Over 15 minutes. Chimp says 18.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 17 and a half minutes. Oh, the door up. No, it's closing again.
No.
Thought we were going to get there. Thought we might do a democracy. What do you think they're saying? Should we make up words for them?
Yeah, we gotta get lip reading, dude.
See, my assistant, she's not hot like the last four. I don't know how I'm going to cheat on my wife with this fugly bitch. I was golfing the other day, and I accidentally lubricated my golf club. That was helpful for the sodomy I used it to perform on myself in the shower later. You see this crutch? I use it to beat minorities. I went to law school because I wanted to impress my dad. But unfortunately, my dad told me he hates me. And I said, "Dad, why?" And he said, "Because I said I wanted you to go to law school and you became an attorney." He said, "Dad, but that's what you go to law school for." My dad, he said, "Look, kid, I just need a reason to hate you. Look at you. You got a funny nose and a weird jawline. You're not my son. If I'm being completely honest, I raised you simply because the church demanded it. Your mom was doing the handyman the whole time we were married." And he's like, "God." I say, "Dad, why would you tell me all that?" And he said, "You're not my son, you fucking piece of shit." I don't know where I was going with this. I'm just imagining that's what's going on.
They're discussing the Strat for beating their fifth and sixth sexual harassment lawsuit.
Don't vape while Aiden is doing voiceover. Did somebody cough and get vape stuck in their throat and then it burned really bad? Because I've been there.
Hey, GTOL, you gotta find God, buddy.
So listen, I was driving my BMW the other day, and this minivan was ahead of me, and I needed to get to my golf appointment so that the caddy could polish my knob, if you know what I'm saying. And I said, God, there's I can't get past these people. They're going, so I gotta do something. So I hopped into the median, the margin, and being a BMW driver as I am, I zipped ahead and then cut them off. And the crazy thing is that I kind of sideswiped them a little bit, and they hit a guardrail, and it was a fiery crash that killed an entire young family. And I said, God, how's that going to affect my stock portfolio?
The person who doxed the lawyer is telling us that
They did not dox the lawyer. They gave us the lawyer's name.
Is saying that the tall bald dude is Matt Fertzog, one of the Penhurst owners.
Oh, which one?
The
tall bald dude.
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Now we know that. See, the cute thing is that this is just the beginning.
Oh yeah.
What time is it?
10.
They returned at exactly 10 o'clock.
Let me go back on record.
Wonderful.
We are starting short on time.
Oh, really?
Darn. What we will do is try to get through these party status applications. If there is an opportunity after that, the applicant may address one particular or two threshold issues. I know that there are folks that want to make a statement here from the planning commission. But before we get to that point, we're going to go through these applications for party status. With that being said, there were a number of individuals who were not present and did make application for party status in writing. Those individuals include Shauna Battle, BATTELLE, Scott Anambrio, DONOFIO, Ryan Mastrangelo, MASTRANGELO, Julie Spot, Spacht. Tara Yerger, Yerger.
Nobody talked about
Favorites that were not present. Excuse me, one more, Catherine Erbsner, URNER. USNER. Is there a motion with respect to the applicants that were not present this evening in terms of their party status?
Yes, with respect to each one of the persons you identified, move that the applications be denied.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Boo.
Those applications are denied.
Boo.
There were a couple of individuals who had indicated that they are now going to be represented by, or we're going to be represented through East Vincent Advocacy, Ms. Ramsey and Loretta. Is there a note, just for the clarity of the record, your applications for party status will be denied. However, we understand, as the board understands, that you will be represented through EVA. So is there a motion to deny application for party status of those two individuals?
I so move.
Second motion. All in favor?
Aye.
There are a number of individuals who were present this evening. We'll go through those applications one by one. To the extent that party status is denied for any of these individuals, the reason for that denial is because they have not met their criteria for party status. With respect to applicant number one, Kelsey Adams, is there a motion?
Yes, I move to accept the application of Kelsey Adams.
Second motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Is there a motion with respect to the application of the Stillman Holiday?
I move to deny the application of Denise.
Second. Motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Why?
Any?
Why? You are legally required to tell them why. What you are doing is illegal. Tell us why. You are all on live video. Tell us why. Tell us why.
As to why the applicant.
On the record. On the record.
Excuse me. We've already indicated that the criteria have not been met for party status.
Be specific. You serve us.
Is there a motion with respect to this?
Pathetic.
Are the supervisors not gonna, you're gonna sit here and let?
Is there a motion?
This is it.
Is there a motion with respect to this? There's second. All in favor? Any opposed? Is there an applicant? Is there a motion with respect to Mr. Hacker?
Put forward a motion to accept Stephen Hacker's application. Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Oh, come on. What's wrong with you?
Is there a motion with respect to Ms. Heisel? K-I-S-I-E-L.
All on video, boys.
Now, at the beginning I said civility and respect.
You haven't earned our respect. What respect do we owe you?
Cut this shit out, Barn. Other people who are responsible last and leave. Please, let's get through this, ladies and gentlemen.
You should all be removed. These are your neighbors.
Please, we're trying to get this on the record.
Yeah, we know.
Following the process.
Is there a motion with respect to the application of Ms. Kissel?
Boo! You're cowards.
All in favor? Is there is there a motion with respect to, I'm sorry. Thank you. Is there a motion with respect to the application of Ms. Konchak? Konschak.
Of course you do. How much you being paid?
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
She's the only one of you with balls.
Is there a motion with respect to the application of Ms. Natson? Motion to deny the application from. No, Ms. Natson.
Oh my God. Don't even know who you're talking about, and you're saying deny him.
Is there an application, is there a motion with respect to Ms. Natson's application? Is there a second? Second motion. All in favor? Any opposed?
They do.
Wait a minute, we up back to.
I think they did that one wrong.
They're doing everything wrong.
So the application was to approve Ms. Natson's application. So let's re-vote on that, please. There's a motion to approve Ms. Natson's application. Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Ms. Pengelly? Pengelly, excuse me, Pengelly, Pengelly. Move forward the motion to deny the application for Susan Pengelly. Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Is there a motion with respect to the application of Joanna Robinson?
Oh my God. These people deserve to know why. They have a right. You are spineless, pathetic cowards. What? I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
You don't have to, you want to make it public for the whole.
That's lot. Yeah. Chief. He wants him out. Said he wants him removed. All right. I don't know. Chief Sam. Ethan?
That's ridiculous.
Film over your stuff. Yeah? All right.
He said he wanted him removed, not him.
I didn't tell him. He wants me removed. I told him. I said, he kicked up. I didn't know. Well, he's gonna come back with it. But he's gonna watch me be told I have to leave. And you know, everybody online's gonna see it, and probably 10,000 hundreds of times. 150,000 One turn mark.
Right there.
One turn mark. Some detail, Bart.
Can you tell me why?
We've already provided the explanation. We're gonna continue to go through the applications for the parking slots.
Mark, you're a piece of shit. Another recess. All right. Going one turn on the board, Mark. Going one turn on the board. I was wondering when he was going to get thrown out. So what do we think they even bother coming back, or are they just going to run away? No, they'll come back. He's a good lawyer. He'll do everything he absolutely needs to do, nothing. I'd be a little worried if I was Mark right now, because this town's not happy. Reporter, are you guys the like an organization or? Yes, we own our own media company. We actually run a YouTube channel called The Lord Lodge. We've got just under 800,000 subscribers online, and a few other channels that we do as well. It's a negative channel. Actually, we've been live streaming. Yes. Yeah, you guys specialize like I said. No, so we normally cover like missing persons cases and true crime, things like that. But we've covered a variety of different topics kind of fall under bingo fall. Okay. And we just haven't had so the guy who just got thrown out is my business partner. He's the one who does the presenting and film guy most of the time. And so what happened earlier this year was actually it was late last year, late 2025. Somebody went through our cat
For the box back out, before we go on to the record, I just want to make sure that we all understand something. The board has to get through this process. You may disagree with the process.
The process.
We are following the process. We are following the process. If you don't think we're following the process, that's fine. You have every right to object to it. You have every right to object to it. We get, and you can in the appropriate manner. The appropriate manner. We haven't gotten anywhere close to making the board has not gotten anywhere close to making any kind of decision for the application, just simply getting through the party status is once we get through those applications, then we'll move on to the subsequent merits of the hearing. Right now, please allow the board the opportunity to go through those applications.
But you aren't saying by taking qualified.
If folks, again, if folks believe that they have a right to party status, as many folks have said here this evening, they have the right to appeal the decision of the board at the end.
How can they appeal if they don't know why to deny them?
We're not taking any leads from any. The board is making an independent decision.
They don't meet their criteria. What the criteria is.
We're not on the record right now. This is just me coming back at and asking please to allow the session. Legal criteria for party status. That's the board's position. We're going to bring the board back out so I can continue to go on it. So thank you.
That's just like, oh, let's drink you. Yeah.
YouTube channel. We're called the Lore Lodge, LORD Lodge.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah,
Like that.
that's us.
Cool.
Like-
For those of you who may be just joining or not
No, it's
totally
good.
followed up on everything, so
This
if you
is-
don't
oh,
recognize
this
me, I'm
is-
because the main aid on just
So,
that
like,
now speaking as mine, but hearing. He was by police there on the premises. Not unsurprising, he's a passionate man. As of right now, the council and their lawyer are currently outside of the record deliberating on the current status of the hearing. People, if you've seen the last 10 to 15 minutes, things are getting a little heated. Looks like they are returning, so we'll see how much further we get.
Good morning. We're
Yeah, except. I can't.
So folks, we're gonna go back on the record just to on the same page. Respect to what's happening right now, the applications that are being considered for party status, the applicant, meaning the conditional use applicant, has a standing objection based on distance. That, in a sense, is being partially granted and partially denied with respect to the various applications that we're going through. The board has made a decision on each one of these applications, or is making a decision on each one of these applications with respect to whether or not the applicant has met their burden in terms of party status. Part of that has to do with distance, part of that has to do with the impact on a particular property owner or a particular individual. As we go through these applications, again, if party status is being discussed, because that individual has not met their burden in the eyes of the board, and the objection of the applicant is being sustained. I believe that Mrs. Robinson's application right before we broke was denied by a 2 vote, but Mrs. Vaughn, I don't believe your vote was recorded.
What is the distance that's being used? It said distance, but so they agreed with the 500?
No, no. Each one of them is being considered on a case-by-case basis. It depends on the testimony that's provided, the application, the information in the application, and distance. So that is what is being considered this evening. The applicant's objection is based on a 500-foot.
Your criteria.
It's being considered on a case-by-case basis for each application. So for Ms. Robinson, I believe her vote was 2-1. One opposed. Thank you. Moving on to the next application. The application of Matthew J. Ramsey. Is there a motion on the application of Mr. Ramsey? Is there a second? Second motion. All in favor? Thank you. Is there a motion on the application of Mr. Schenk? SCHENCK. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. SCHENK. I apologize. Is there a motion on the application? Forward a motion to deny it. I don't think you know. Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
He's the most qualified person in this audience.
Is there a motion on the, please, Try again.
That's absurd.
Try-
This is completely absurd.
Mr. Hacker, thank you.
Don't you dare.
Is there an application, is there, excuse me, a motion on the application of Reverend Taylor J. Walker? Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Reverend Paisley LaRoy?
Deny the application.
Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion on the application of Magdalena Sturman? Is there a second? Second motion. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Is there an is there a motion on the application of Mr. Fearman?
Motion to deny the application.
Is there a second on the motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Ms. Schlegel, SCHLEGEL?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Joanna Tenney, TENNY?
Put forward a motion to deny the application.
No.
Second.
All in favor?
Why? I wanted.
Opposed? Is there a motion on the application of John Bennell?
I. We're right here. Take your salad, Joe. I just would like to know why. It's not hard, and then we can move on.
I've already described the process.
It's on case basis, then my, everybody else is, I can certainly get my answer.
The application. Is there a motion on the application of Mr. Bennell? Opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Kurt Schreiber? Scribe, excuse me, Scribe. Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Is there any, is there a motion on the application of Rebecca Flinicky?
A motion to deny the application.
Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Is there a motion on the application of Monica Schreiber?
Put forward a motion to deny the application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Look, I object.
Motion on the application of
It's criteria for me. I deserve to know why. I deserve to know why. I deserve to know why.
Please, I'm trying to get this around.
You guys are setting precedent.
Established that there's-
That grin off the face, Mark.
Folks,
All art.
this is a conditional use hearing. The court before was trying to take things down. What we have described for you.
But if I don't know which criteria I'm denied.
Absolutely. We've already stated it's on an individual basis. Is there a motion to the application of Linda Klaus? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Is there a motion on the application of Carol Lightcap?
Forward a motion to deny the application.
Any opposed? Oh, excuse me. All in favor? Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Stephanie Hyde?
On what grounds? Tell them.
Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Katie Booth? All in favor? Any opposed? Is there an application, or excuse me, is there a motion on the application of Trevor Booth?
That was the state senator's application, by the way, that last one.
Any opposed? Is there a motion on the application of Charles Baker? Second. All in favor? Any opposed? That concludes point of the. Needs no point from the public. Excuse me, we're moving forward with the application. All of the applications for party status.
The applicant said that.
The next.
For what law or regulation?
The next part of this hearing is going to be. The next part of this hearing is going to be with the subject merits. However, at this point, it's almost 10:30, we're almost out of time.
Anyway, what do you do?
Like to make statements with respect to the planning commission. Would the board like to hear the statements this evening or wait until? Is Thompson to object to those statements being read into the record?
No, I don't have an objection to I understand the review letters and recommendations from the planning commission, is that right? I haven't seen the document, that's my objections on that ground. If you're reading from the document, no objection.
Then, if you would like to, please. Yes, and you understood. Please identify yourself, state and spell your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Dr. Lawson McCartney, MACARTNEY. I'm a toxicologic pathologist. I'm vice chairman of the Planning Commission for East Vincent Township, and I've lived on Bartlemet School Road in the township for the last 40 years. I'd like to read into the record a summary statement from the Planning Commission. That will be followed by my colleague with a much more bulleted, detailed review of our findings from the application. So we have completed our review of the Penhurst Data Centre conditional use plan. All materials submitted by the applicant, including a revised plan dated March the 11th of this year, together with evaluations by the township consultants, all are part of this review. Following the detailed review and 2 public meetings, the last dated on April the 9th, the Planning Commission finds that this large-scale infrastructure-driven use is fundamentally different in character and intensity from the types of development contemplated in the township's zoning provisions. Furthermore, many deficiencies and open questions in the application were identified. Neither the applicant nor their representative attended either of the Planning Commission meetings, where they could have had an opportunity to explain the plan, provide clarity, address questions, and understand the Planning Commission's feedback. The revised March 11th plan, which was submitted without an explanatory narrative, lacks clarity, lacks detail, and certainly would require numerous zoning variances, most notably, but not limited to, building size, height, and impervious coverage. Impact on local neighborhoods and resources, such as electricity, heating, cooling, water, noise, vibration, local water courses, disruption of riparian areas in the Schuylkill River watershed will clearly be massive, but are as yet undefined in the plan, and mitigation is not discussed. Huge disturbance to forestry involving both heritage and specimen trees, disruption of steep slopes is contemplated, yet no information on environmental litigation or tree replacement is provided. Entire streams, indeed, are missing from the plan. Further, and very significantly, an on-site power plant is proposed. The size, output, emission, and noise mitigation, plus local heat impact, were not defined. It's of note that on-site local power generation, other than by a municipality, is explicitly forbidden in the current zoning. In conclusion, it's the view of the East Vincent Township Planning Commission that the applicant has failed to meet the burden of proof necessary to support a conditional use application. As a result, on April the 9th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend denial of the conditional use application. A full transcript of the findings of the Planning Commission will now be read in public, even at this late hour. The reason for this is to ensure that all present at tonight's hearing understand clearly the position of the Planning Commission on each item, and to further ensure and record that this view is comprehensively read into the evidentiary record. Nicole.
Thank you, Watson.
Nicole, before you get started, just please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Nicole Keegan. Nicole, Keegan, Keegan.
Thank you.
And I live at 211 Devon Drive, and I serve as a member of the Planning Commission for East Vincent.
We didn't need that part, but thank you.
The East Vincent Township Planning Commission has completed its review of the conditional use application for the Penhurst Data Center conditional use plan, including all materials submitted by the applicant and the revised plans prepared by Langen Engineers dated March 11th, which was the last revision. The Planning Commission's review was further informed by supporting materials and technical evaluations prepared by the consultants and reviewing entities, including reports prepared by GFT dated April 1st, review letter for the traffic planning and design dated April 1st, review correspondence from the Natural Lands Trust dated March 30th, and the East Vincent Township Environmental Advisory Council letter dated April 8th. The Planning Commission conducted a detailed review of the revised submission at the duly advertised Special Planning Commission meeting held on April 9th for the purpose of evaluating whether the revised plans address previously identified concerns and whether the application satisfies the standards required for the conditional use approval. Following its review, the Planning Commission finds that the proposal represents a large-scale, infrastructure-driven use that is fundamentally different in character and intensity from the types of development contemplated within the township's zoning provisions. While the applicant has identified a procedural pathway through the conditional use process, such a pathway does not relieve the applicant of the obligation to demonstrate substantive compliance with all applicable ordinance standards. At the conclusion of the Special Planning Commission meeting held on April 9th, the Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend denial of the conditional use application for the reasons set forth. Number one, failure to meet the burden of proof.
Pursuant to the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code, the burden rests solely on the applicant to demonstrate that the proposed use complies with all applicable zoning ordinance standards, will not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare, and is suitable for the site in terms of scale, intensity, and operation. The planning commission finds that the burden has not been satisfied. Number two, inconsistency with the IMU district. The subject property is located within the township's industrial mixed-use IMU district, which is intended to support a balanced mix of uses at the scale appropriate to the surrounding context. The proposed development is a single-purpose, high-intensity data center complex that does not include a meaningful mix of uses, functions as a standalone infrastructure facility, and does not reflect the integrated development pattern envisioned by this ordinance. The Planning Commission finds that the proposal is not consistent with the purpose and intent of the IMU district. Number three, building size and scale, non-compliance with ordinance. The township zoning ordinance establishes a maximum permitted use size of 45,000 square feet for planned commercial development within the IMU district. The applicant proposes Building A, approximately 269,000 square feet. Building B, approximately 450,000 square feet. Building C, approximately 251,000 square feet. These buildings exceed the permitted maximum square footage by a factor of approximately 6 to 9 times, representing a scale that is fundamentally inconsistent with the ordinance and a substantial departure from the township's established development standards. Further, the height of the buildings is stated as being greater than the permitted 35 feet. Incremental building height by virtue of TDR acquisition is not permitted in the IMU district and would require a zoning variance. Number four, introduction of non-permitted uses. The revised plan includes a gas-powered power generation facility intended to support the proposed data center. However, power generation facilities are not a permitted use within the IMU district. The application does not provide sufficient detail regarding operation, emissions, or regulatory classification, and the scale of the proposed infrastructure significantly intensifies the industrial character of the site. The inclusion of this component introduces a use that is neither permitted nor appropriate for the site given surrounding land uses. Number five, failure to identify and protect natural features. The Planning Commission finds that the application fails to adequately identify and address existing natural features and environmental constraints of the site as required by the township zoning ordinance. These deficiencies are reflected in the following. The plans do not identify all existing water courses, including at least one stream observed on site and noted during the Planning Commission review that is not depicted on the plans. The omission raises concerns regarding accuracy of the base mapping, impacts of drainage systems and regulated waters, and compliance with riparian buffer requirements. In addition, the Planning Commission has concerns regarding disturbance within environmentally sensitive areas, including potential steep slopes disturbance within or adjacent to riparian buffer areas. The absence of clearly delineated steep slope areas, riparian buffer limits, and the extent of proposed disturbances within these constrained areas, and the proposal includes substantial clearing of vegetation, including specimen trees without demonstrating compliance with woodland and specimen tree preservation requirements, tree protection standards, and buffering and screening provisions, and no detailed tree replacement, reforestation, or mitigation plan has been adequately provided. The application does not provide sufficient detail regarding the proposed cooling systems, including water usage, discharge, and thermal impacts, and the potential for impacts to stream conditions, including water, temperature, has not been evaluated. The Commission notes that the potential changes in stream temperatures associated with cooling system operations remain a concern, particularly in the context of the Schuylkill River watershed and the surrounding community. The Planning Commission further finds that the application does not provide sufficient analysis of potential downstream impacts to the broader watershed system, including the Schuylkill River. Given the site's hydrologic context and the scale of the proposed use, unresolved questions regarding drainage, discharge, thermal impacts, and watershed connectivity remain significant concerns. These are fundamental environmental considerations, and their absence represents a material deficiency in this application. Number 6, incomplete submission and lack of critical information. The Planning Commission further finds the plan submission remains incomplete. An updated site analysis and impact narrative was not submitted with revised plan. That was submitted on March 12th. A requirement of the township's conditional use application is part of that requirement. This impact narrative should serve to provide sufficient information for the township to determine whether provision is made to adequately reduce or minimize any noxious, offensive, dangerous, or hazardous features or features thereof, which is the first criteria an application must meet to receive conditional use approval per the zoning ordinance. The impact narrative provided on 10-9 lacks any substantive information about what hazardous or environmental challenges this proposal could produce, and no description or mitigation techniques. Furthermore, there is no discussion of the power generation facility, which has the potential to be more impactful than the data center use itself. The Planning Commission cannot determine whether the proposal meets the criteria, as no information was provided on. Detailed information on power generation and electrical infrastructure, analysis of noise, vibration, emissions, impacts, a water budget analysis, and qualified water demand and discharge analysis, information regarding cooling systems and heating discharge, and evaluation of emergency response and hazardous materials management. The Planning Commission also finds that the proposed development has the potential to place significant demands on infrastructure systems that serve the township, including water supply and electrical capacity. Without this information, the Planning Commission cannot make a complete and informed determination of compliance with the township zoning standards. The Planning Commission further notes that the compliance with applicable ordinance standards must be demonstrated as part of the conditional use application and cannot be deferred to future design, permitting, or land development phases. Number 7, size, scope, intent, and character of the proposed use. The proposed data center represents a high-intensity industrial use characterized by extremely large building massing, continuous 24-hour operation, and significant infrastructure and utility demands. The applicant has not demonstrated that the impacts of the proposed development can be adequately mitigated, nor that the site is suitable for this level of intensity. The Planning Commission further finds that the subject property is situated in proximity to a range of existing uses and sensitive receptors, including residential areas, a veteran's home, recreational resources such as parks and trails, critical infrastructure, and the Schuylkill River, which functions as a major environmental corridor. The application does not provide sufficient analysis to demonstrate compatibility with these surrounding uses or to adequately evaluate potential impacts to nearby receptors. Based upon the information provided in this application, the Planning Commission has determined that the proposed use is not consistent with the intent of the East Vincent Township zoning ordinance. Number 8, additional notes. At the Planning Commission's 4-9 meeting, many members of the public attended and provided comment that the Commission found valuable and worthy of inclusion into our recommendations to the Board of Supervisors.
Firstly, it came to our attention that the dedicated members of our community have recently worked to prepare the necessary documentation for Pennhurst to be listed as eligible for the National Register of Historic Places by the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission. This determination of eligibility makes Pennhurst a Class 1 historic resource under the township's zoning ordinance. Consequently, the property is part of the township's historic resource overlay district, which is subject to the additional criteria of obtaining conditional use approval. This applicant has not met these criteria. In addition, the proposed development spans multiple parcels. However, not all the parcels are under applicant's ownership or identified as part of the application. At least one parcel included in the plan is not listed under the applicant, and no documentation has been provided demonstrating legal control. As a result, the application relies on land not within the applicant's authority, rendering the submission incomplete and raising concerns regarding feasibility. Accordingly, the applicant has not met the burden of proof required for conditional use approval. Furthermore, it came to the Planning Commission's attention that multiple data centers have been proposed in the nearby area, including across the Schuylkill River in Limerick Township. Any conditional use approval should consider the cumulative impact on our communities and the natural resources result from multiple resource and space-intensive uses. Based on the record, including review of the revised plans and discussion at the April 8th meeting, the Planning Commission finds that the applicant has not met the burden of proof required under the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code and the Township Zoning Ordinance. The proposal is not consistent with the intent of the IMU district, does not comply with the applicable ordinance standards, and remains incomplete in critical areas necessary to evaluate compliance with the Township Zoning Ordinance. As a result, the Planning Commission cannot make the findings required to support this approval. For these reasons, the East Vincent Township Commission hereby recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the conditional use application for the Pennhurst Data Center conditional use plan, submitted on behalf of the East Vincent Town Planning Commission. Thank you for taking time.
Thank you for saying it. Thank you very much. I believe there's one more statement. Molly, you're already there. Thank you very much. Molly, if you could please state, spell your name for the record.
Sure, I'm Molly Wagle. That's MOLLY WAGLE. I'm the chair of the East Vincent Environmental Advisory Council, EAC for short. I'm here to read into the record the EAC's position on the proposed data center plan. So we sent this to the township and to the planning commission dated April 8th, 2026. The subject is opposition to the conditional use application from 12th March 2026 for the Pennhurst Data Center. Overall position: the East Vincent Township EAC, or Environmental Advisory Council, expresses strong opposition to the proposed data center development on environmental and zoning compliance grounds. The project, described as a hyperscale data center with on-site power generation and battery storage, is deemed incompatible with the IMU district's intended land use and the rural suburban character of East Vincent Township. We have a few key points of concern. Number one, land use compatibility. Zoning scale conflict. The proposed data center is greater than 5 times larger than what is permitted in the IMU district per section 27-1104.2. A hyperscale data center such as this does not fit in the rural East Vincent Township. Our ordinance allows this use at a much smaller scale. Refer to the code, the letters by GFT, and natural lands. Power generation and battery storage are not a legal use in the IMU district. The plan no longer satisfies the definition of a planned commercial development. And last point in this section, the IMU is not in the receiving area for transfer development rights, TDRs, to increase height or size. Character of area. Chester County Planning Commission, or per Chester County Planning Commission, IMU area is a suburban landscape intended for primarily residential and small-scale commercial use. Per natural lands, the proposed use does not align with the existing neighborhood character. Additionally, page 5 of the site analysis and impact narrative, under protected lands subheading, it lists that this site is not adjacent to protected lands. That is incorrect. There is a preserved farm adjacent to the proposed data center. Point 2, environmental constraints. Streams, wetlands, and steep slopes. There is a stream on site, possibly a high-quality stream, requiring riparian buffers of at least 100 feet on each side. It must be put on the plan. Steep slopes, wetlands, and riparian buffers make any power generation facilities unsuitable for the area they are depicted on. We also point out, refer to page 3 of the updated GFT review letter. The EAC recommends that as part of the conditional use, if the conditional use proceeds, macroinvertebrate testing needs to be executed in May to determine the status of the stream. Specimen and heritage trees. We recommend referring to the GFT review letter. The EAC recommends that the township arborist confirm the tree conditions and including size. Woodlands, we are not going to repeat, we just refer to the GFT review letter. Point 3, township code compliance issues. In the IMU use regulations, section 27-2802.2, there is a list of prohibited uses. This concept of prohibited uses only occurs here and in the GI district. Those include air quality, fire and explosive hazards, liquid and solid waste, noise, vibration, public health and safety. And public health and safety. These uses are included in the EAC's list of environmental concerns. The EAC asserts that these provisions must be enforced and cannot be waived or overlooked. Number 4, environmental and public health concerns. First, noise and vibration. Persistent, low frequency and vibrational noise from data centers and backup systems can negatively affect residential populations, including sleep disruptions and cognitive impairment, especially neurodivergent individuals, wildlife, livestock, and pets. Moving on to air and water quality. Air pollution. They must comply with the PA air pollution control laws, section 27-1716A. Additionally, please refer to Monica Shriver's letter to the Board of Supervisors on air quality from September 2025, showing that East Vincent Township already has higher particulate matter than neighboring townships to the west. Water consumption. Large-scale cooling and power systems draw deeply from local water sources, reducing water availability for residents and ecosystems. Next point, it is not clearly documented how water will be provided to the data center. Even with a closed-loop system, a significant volume of water is required. According to WRI, which stands for World Resource Institute, Aqueduct Water Risk Atlas, a widely used tool developed by the World Resource Institute, the current state of water stress for this area is medium to high. By 2030, this area is projected to have high water stress, even in the optimistic scenario. It is not clear how the proposed data center would be able to adequately obtain enough water without jeopardizing the supply needed for residents. As it stands, a few summers ago, the nuclear power plant had to curb operations due to the river temperatures being high and levels being low. With increasingly erratic rainfall patterns and increasing drought hazards, it needs to be clearly planned out what the data center's contingency plans are if they cannot harvest rainwater and the river levels are low. Next points, liquid and solid waste. Risk of groundwater, risk of ground and water contamination from hazardous material releases violating DEP regulations. Title 25, Chapters 73, 75, 95, 97. Next section is cooling systems. Even closed loop systems may release heated or contaminated water, potentially impacting the Schuylkill River watershed. Pennhurst is in the Schuylkill River Heritage Area, referred to the Natural Lands Letter, a nationally significant area which provides drinking water to approximately half the people across 5 counties. There is no mention of how discharge temperature will be controlled and how they will handle discharge water above allowed temperature. Section 5, Fire and Explosion Safety. Data centers require fuel storage and power backup systems that increase risk. The EAC references section 27-1716B and Pennsylvania fire safety codes demanding adequate safety devices and fire suppression systems, which may not be feasible on this site. It is not specified how the fire suppression system for the batteries will be handled. This must be clarified in additional detail. This property is within the 10-mile radius of the power plant, emphasizing the scrutiny for layered risk. Section 6, Emergency Access. Concerns raised about the insufficient emergency access routes for a facility of this size and function. Reference section 27, 2806.6.f.1 and section 27-28 Public Health and Safety. Section 7, Public Health and Safety. Catch-all provisions from Township Code, section 27-1716I. No use may create objectionable conditions endangering public health or safety or detrimentally affect adjacent land uses. Please refer to the GFT letter on emergency access roads. And then we reference the authorities, easements and code, the GFT letter, Natural Lands, Chester County Planning Commission, the Traffic Planning and Design and DEP, summary statement. It is the opinion of the EAC that the Pennhurst Data Center proposal is environmentally risky, threatening water, air, noise, and ecological stability in the area, incompatible with surrounding land use designation and township intent, non-compliant with multiple sections of the township ordinances protecting public health, safety, and the environment, and ill-suited for the IMU district and local infrastructure capacity. All these concerns have been addressed in the draft ordinance the township was working on and further in the position paper written by East Vincent Advocacy. We strongly suggest that the guidelines given in those documents be addressed as a condition in the conditional use process if the application does proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Molly. With that being said, we're going to conclude for this evening. But before we do, I want to make sure that everybody understands what we're doing next. This hearing will be continued to a date certain, which will be May 18th. Back in this building, if for some reason that date and time are not available, then we will re-advertise for a continuation of the hearing. Mr. McHugh, as you had indicated earlier, there's a stipulation on the record that was made at the beginning of this hearing. It's with respect to a couple of threshold matters. In particular, determination of compliance with the applicable area and bulk regulation and design standards. The next hearing will be limited to those threshold matters, which in fact zoning criteria apply as a matter of law. And then the application of the area and bulk regulation and design standards. Those will be the only issues that will be discussed at that particular meeting and presented at that particular meeting, being again on May 18th at 6:30 PM in this room. Is there a motion to continue the hearing to May 18th?
Excuse me, I'm standing. Can I say something?
No,
No?
not right now, no,
Why not?
because we're continuing the hearing to May 18th at 6:30 PM. So with that being said, is there a motion? to continue? Is there a second?
This, again, you know, it's not a meeting. It's extended over the night, okay? So that maybe. All right, so and with that, that concludes this evening's I guess events. And we'll find out exactly where this is gonna go next meeting. I have a feeling we're gonna be back here on the 18th. Sorry. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I know this was a long one and it was pretty laborious at times, but I think it's important. And we'll go in and check in with Mattis shortly after this. We'll keep you updated. We're definitely gonna be talking about this on the live on Borderlands tomorrow. And we'll probably continue talking about this in a variety of different ways. I know, especially him getting kicked out and him getting as heated as he did. I don't think we're letting this one go anytime soon. But for now, thanks for watching. We'll keep you updated.
Sorry, guys, I didn't realize.